I arrived on my first day clutching a cheap coffee cup, determined to prove I belonged. Instead, I found whispers behind closed doors and eyes that sharpened into knives. My manager, Ms. Collins, smiled politely, then leaned in to tell me, "Don't expect any favors. You're on your own here." By lunchtime, my desk was a battleground of stolen pens and passive-aggressive notes. Every question I asked felt like a trap. Every attempt to fit in was met with laughter I couldn't tell was real. I kept replaying my last conversation with Grandpa, the general manager. He'd said, "Remember who you are, Ellie. You don't need to shrink for anyone." But here, I felt smaller than ever. And I was grieving too. My mother had died just weeks ago, her absence echoing in every awkward silence. Just when I thought I could take no more, the building buzzed with a new rumor. The GM's secret granddaughter was on the floor. Heads turned. Jaws dropped. Suddenly, the whispers changed tone. I wasn't alone anymore, and neither was my grief. So if you think you've heard office stories before, you haven't. Hit follow, leave a comment, because this one might just change the way you see everyone around you. Chapter 1. The First Day. The elevator doors slid open with a soft whisper, revealing the 10th floor of Wexler Industries like a stage set waiting for its actors. I stepped out, my new heels clicking against the polished marble. A sound that felt too loud, too confident for how small I actually felt inside. The lobby downstairs had been all soaring ceilings and impressive art installations, the kind of space designed to make visitors feel both welcomed and slightly intimidated. But here, the corridors narrowed into something more intimate, more personal. The walls were lined with framed photographs of company milestones, award ceremonies, and handshake moments between executives whose names I'd studied, but faces I'd never seen up close. I paused for a moment, catching my reflection in the polished bronze elevator doors as they closed behind me. The woman staring back looked professional enough. Navy blazer, sensible shoes, hair pulled back in what I hoped passed for corporate confidence. But her eyes gave her away. They were the eyes of someone carrying too much, someone who'd buried her mother just 3 weeks ago and was now trying to rebuild a life from the scattered pieces. "Remember who you are, Ellie," I whispered to myself, echoing Grandpa's words from our last conversation. "You don't need to shrink for anyone." But as I made my way down the hallway toward what would be my new workspace, I felt myself doing exactly that, shrinking. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting everything in that particular office glow that makes everyone look slightly sickly. Door after door bore nameplates of people I'd researched online. Jennifer Martinez, Senior Analyst. Robert Chun, Operations Manager. Diana Patel, Human Resources Director. All of them had years of experience, degrees from impressive universities, LinkedIn profiles that read like success stories. And then there was me, Eleanor Ellie Wexler, 22 years old, fresh out of state school with a degree in business administration and exactly zero real-world experience beyond summer internships and part-time jobs. The only reason I was here walking these halls was because of my last name. The weight of that truth sat heavy in my stomach like undigested food. My desk was in the northeast corner of the main floor, positioned between the accounting department and what appeared to be a cluster of junior analysts. It wasn't a corner office. I hadn't expected one, but it wasn't quite a cubicle either. More like a desk with low dividers, offering the illusion of privacy while ensuring everyone could still see exactly what I was doing at any given moment. The nameplate was already there. Ellie Wexler in neat, professional lettering. Beside it sat a stack of company-branded notebooks, each one stamped with the Wexler Industries logo. A stylized W that looked like interlocking hands or maybe wings, depending on how you squinted at it. I'd seen that logo my entire life, scattered around Grandpa's house on everything from coffee mugs to paperweights. But somehow seeing it here, in this context, made it feel foreign. I set my purse down and began unpacking the small box of supplies I'd brought from home. A stapler Mom had given me when I started college. A small potted succulent that had somehow survived my dorm room for 4 years. A framed photo of the two of us from my graduation day, both of us squinting into the sun, her arm around my shoulders like she was trying to hold on to the moment forever. The photo felt heavier in my hands than it should have. 3 weeks. It had been 3 weeks since the car accident that took her from me in an instant, leaving behind nothing but hospital bills, a sparse apartment that smelled like her lavender lotion, and a daughter who still reached for her phone to call her mom whenever something good or bad happened. "Excuse me, are you the new hire?" I looked up to find a woman about my age standing beside my desk. She had short, curly red hair and wore a cardigan despite the fact that it was mid-July. Her smile seemed genuine, which immediately put me on guard. In my experience, genuine smiles in offices were about as rare as unicorns. "Yes, I'm Ellie," I said, standing up and extending my hand. "Ellie Wexler." "Sarah Chun," she replied, shaking my hand firmly. "I'm in accounts receivable, just over there." She pointed to a desk about 20 feet away, where I could see a computer screen covered in what looked like spreadsheets. I figured I'd come over and say welcome. It's not often we get new people on this floor. "Thanks, that's really nice of you." I meant it. After an hour of sideways glances and whispered conversations that stopped whenever I walked by, Sarah's straightforward friendliness felt like cool water on a burn. "So what department are you in?" she asked, settling into a casual lean against my desk divider. "I'm not entirely sure yet," I admitted. My offer letter said General Business Operations, which could mean anything, I guess. Sarah's eyebrows lifted slightly. "Huh, that's unusual. Most people come in with pretty specific roles. Who's your direct supervisor?" "Ms. Collins, I think." "Margaret Collins." The shift in Sarah's expression was subtle but unmistakable. Her smile tightened just a fraction, and she glanced around as if checking to see who might be listening. "Margaret Collins," she repeated slowly. "Okay. Well, she runs a tight ship." "That doesn't sound ominous at all," I said, trying to keep my tone light. Sarah laughed, but it sounded forced. No, she's fine. Just particular about how things get done. You'll figure it out." She pushed off from my desk. "I should get back, but if you need anything, coffee spots, bathroom locations, which vending machines actually work, just holler." "Thanks, Sarah. I really appreciate it." As she walked away, I caught her glancing back once, and the look on her face was one I recognized from high school. The expression of someone who knows something you don't and feels bad about not telling you. I was still puzzling over that interaction when Margaret Collins appeared at my desk. She moved with the kind of purposeful efficiency that suggested every minute of her day was scheduled and accounted for. Mid-40s, blonde hair pulled back in a bun so tight it made my scalp ache just looking at it, and a smile that seemed to exist solely for professional photographs. "Eleanor Wexler," she said, and somehow managed to make my own name sound like an accusation. "I'm Margaret Collins, your supervisor." "Ms. Collins, it's so nice to meet you." I stood up again, wondering if I'd be doing this dance all day. "Thank you for this opportunity. I'm really excited to get started." "Yes, well, we'll see how that goes." She looked down at my desk, taking inventory of my few personal items with the kind of scrutiny usually reserved for crime scenes. "I trust you understand that this position comes with certain expectations." "Of course. I'm ready to work hard and learn everything I can." Ms. Collins nodded, but there was something cold in her eyes that made me think of sharks. "Good. Because contrary to what you might believe, there are no special accommodations here. No shortcuts, no free passes. You'll be held to the same standards as everyone else, regardless of your connections." The way she said connections made it sound like a dirty word. My cheeks burned, but I forced myself to maintain eye contact. "I wouldn't want it any other way," I said quietly. "Excellent. I'll have your first assignments ready by 9 tomorrow morning. I suggest you use today to familiarize yourself with our systems and procedures." She paused, letting her gaze sweep over me one more time. "And Eleanor, the dress code here is business professional. That includes appropriate footwear." I looked down at my heels, the ones I'd specifically bought for this job, spending money I could barely afford because I wanted to look professional. They were black, conservative, maybe an inch and a half high. Perfectly appropriate by any reasonable standard. Of course, I managed. "I'll keep that in mind." After she left, I sank back into my chair and stared at the computer screen that had been left logged in with a generic training account. The company intranet homepage stared back at me, all corporate blue and white, with headlines about quarterly earnings and employee recognition awards. Everything looked normal, professional, exactly what I'd expected from a major corporation. So why did I feel like I'd just walked into a trap? The morning crawled by in a haze of orientation videos and system tutorials. I learned about Wexler Industries' history. Founded in 1987 by William Wexler, my grandfather, started as a small logistics company and grew into a multi-million-dollar operation specializing in supply chain management and distribution. I watched videos about workplace safety, sexual harassment policies, and the importance of maintaining confidentiality. I filled out forms for health insurance, parking passes, and direct deposit. Through it all, I was acutely aware of the conversations happening around me. Not the words. People were careful to keep their voices low, but the rhythm of them. The way conversations would pause when I walked to the printer, then resume with slightly different energy when I returned. The way people's eyes would flick toward me when they thought I wasn't looking, then dart away when our gazes met. By 10:30, I needed coffee desperately. The employee break room was down the hall, past a series of conference rooms with names like Innovation Station and Synergy Suite. The kind of corporate naming that always made me wonder if the people who came up with it ever actually said those words out loud. The break room itself was standard office fare. White walls, fluorescent lighting, a collection of mismatched mugs that had clearly been accumulating for years. The coffee machine was one of those industrial pod systems that produced something that was technically coffee, but tasted like it had been filtered through cardboard. I was standing there, waiting for my cup to fill, when I heard my name. Ellie Wexler, can you believe it? I know, right? Of all the nepotism hires I've seen, this one takes the cake. She can't be more than 22. What could she possibly know about running a business? Nothing, obviously. But when your last name is on the building. I turned around slowly, coffee cup in hand, to find 3 women clustered around a small table near the window. They were all older than me, probably in their 30s, and they were all staring at me with expressions that ranged from curious to hostile. "Hi," I said, because what else was there to say? The oldest of the 3, a brunette in a sharp gray suit, smiled with the kind of warmth usually reserved for root canals. "You must be the new girl. I'm Janet from Human Resources." "Ellie," I replied, though clearly they already knew that. "So exciting, starting your first real job," said the second woman, blonde with perfect makeup and a voice dripping with false enthusiasm. "I'm Linda from marketing. We were just wondering, what kind of experience do you have in supply chain management?" The question hung in the air like smoke. They all knew the answer, of course. They'd probably already looked up my LinkedIn profile, seen my college internships and part-time retail jobs. But they wanted to hear me say it, wanted to watch me squirm. "I'm here to learn," I said finally. "I know I have a lot to prove." "Oh, I'm sure you'll do just fine," Linda continued, her smile never wavering. "After all, you have such good guidance." The third woman, who hadn't spoken yet, suddenly looked uncomfortable. She was younger than the other 2, maybe mid-20s, with dark hair pulled back in a simple ponytail. "I'm sure Ellie will be a great addition to the team," she said quietly, and I caught something in her voice, maybe sympathy, maybe just basic human decency. "Of course she will," Janet agreed. "Welcome to Wexler Industries, Ellie. I'm sure you'll find it very educational." They left me standing there with my terrible coffee, and I realized my hands were shaking slightly. Not from caffeine. I hadn't even taken a sip yet, but from the adrenaline surge that comes with being politely but thoroughly put in your place. I made it back to my desk without spilling anything, which felt like a minor victory. The computer was still waiting for me, the orientation modules still incomplete. I clicked through them mechanically, absorbing information about vacation policies and expense reporting, while my mind replayed the conversation in the break room. They weren't wrong, exactly. I was 22, fresh out of college, with no real experience in this industry. I was here because of my last name, because my grandfather owned the company and had somehow arranged for me to get a job I probably wasn't qualified for. But hearing it said out loud, in voices that made no attempt to hide their resentment, made me feel smaller than I'd felt since Mom's funeral. Around noon, Sarah appeared at my desk again, this time carrying 2 wrapped sandwiches and a bag of chips. "Lunch?" she asked, holding up one of the sandwiches. "I figured you might not know the good spots yet, and the cafeteria downstairs is basically inedible." "That's really sweet of you, but you don't have to. Please. I eat alone every day anyway, and you look like you could use a friendly face." She was right about that. I gratefully accepted the sandwich, turkey and Swiss on what looked like actual bakery bread, and followed her to a small conference room that was apparently in use during lunch hours. "So," Sarah said, unwrapping her sandwich, "how's your first day going?" I considered lying, putting on the brave face I'd been wearing all morning. But something about Sarah's straightforward kindness made me want to be honest. I think I might have made a mistake, I said quietly. How so? I don't think I belong here. Everyone knows I only got this job because of, well, you know. Sarah chewed thoughtfully. Can I ask you something? Sure. Do you want to be here? Like, if the family connection wasn't a factor, would this be something you'd want to do? I thought about it. Yes. I think so. I studied business. I'm interested in operations and logistics. When I researched the company, I thought it seemed like exactly the kind of place I'd want to work. Then you belong here, Sarah said simply. Look, everybody gets help getting their foot in the door somehow. Maybe it's a family connection. Maybe it's a friend of a friend. Maybe it's just being in the right place at the right time. The question isn't how you got here. It's what you do once you're here. The people in the break room didn't seem to see it that way. Sarah's expression darkened. Let me guess. Janet, Linda, and probably Amy? The third one seemed okay, actually. She tried to defend me. That would be Amy. She's good people. Janet and Linda. Sarah shook her head. Look, I'm going to tell you something, but you didn't hear it from me, okay? I nodded. Janet's been passed over for promotion 3 times in the last 2 years. Linda's been here for 8 years and is still in the same entry-level marketing position she started in. They're not mad at you because you don't deserve to be here. They're mad because they think they deserve more than they've gotten. That doesn't make me feel better. It's not supposed to make you feel better. It's supposed to help you understand that their problem isn't really with you. It's with their own careers, their own choices. You just happen to be a convenient target. We ate in comfortable silence for a while. The sandwich was good. Way better than anything I'd been surviving on since Mom died. I'd been living mostly on cereal and takeout, too exhausted by grief and job searching to do much actual cooking. Can I ask you something personal? Sarah said eventually. Shoot, you seem sad. Like, underneath all the new job nerves, there's something else going on. I set down my sandwich, suddenly not hungry anymore. I'd gotten good at hiding it over the past few weeks, at putting on the appropriate face for job interviews and apartment viewings, and all the other tasks that life demanded even when your world had been turned upside down. My mom died 3 weeks ago, I said quietly. Car accident. Some guy ran a red light and... I shrugged, as if that simple gesture could encompass the enormity of losing the person who'd been my anchor, my cheerleader, my best friend. Sarah's face crumpled with sympathy. Oh, Ellie. I'm so sorry. Thanks. It's just hard. Starting this new chapter when she's not here to see it, you know? She was so proud when I got the job offer. She helped me pick out my interview outfit, made me practice answers to questions in the mirror. My voice cracked slightly. I keep wanting to call her and tell her about my day. Have you? Called her, I mean. I looked at her in surprise. She's dead, Sarah. I know. But have you tried calling her anyway? It was such a strange question that I almost laughed. No, that would be crazy. Would it? I mean, her voicemail is probably still active. Sometimes when people are grieving, it helps to hear their loved one's voice, even if it's just a recording. I stared at her. In all the chaos of funeral arrangements and insurance paperwork, and trying to figure out how to exist in a world without my mother, I hadn't even thought about her phone. It was sitting in a drawer in my apartment, along with her jewelry and the book she'd been reading when she died. I might try that, I said softly. Good. And Ellie, I know everyone here is focused on how you got this job, but I want you to know that I'm glad you're here. This place can be pretty cutthroat, and it's nice to meet someone who seems, I don't know, real. That afternoon, I threw myself into the orientation materials with renewed focus. I read every policy document, watched every training video, took notes on everything from the company's mission statement to the proper procedure for requesting time off. I was determined to prove, to myself as much as to anyone else, that I could do this job, family connection or not. Around 3 o'clock, Ms. Collins reappeared with a stack of folders. These are client files, she announced, setting them down on my desk with more force than necessary. I need you to review each one and create summary reports. 1 page per client, highlighting key account details, recent order history, and any outstanding issues. I'll need them by end of day Friday. I looked at the stack. There had to be at least 20 files, maybe more. All of them by Friday? I asked. Is that a problem? No, not at all. I just want to make sure I understand the scope. The scope is exactly what I told you. 23 client files, 23 summary reports, due Friday at 5 p.m. She paused. Unless you feel that's too challenging for your first week. The question was clearly a trap. Say yes, and I'd be admitting I couldn't handle the workload. Say no, and I'd be committing to what was obviously an unreasonable deadline. I'll get it done, I said. Excellent. Remember, accuracy is paramount. These reports will be reviewed by senior management. After she left, I opened the first file and immediately understood why the deadline was unreasonable. Each client file was thick with correspondence, order histories, shipping manifests, and various forms of documentation going back years. Creating a comprehensive summary for each one would require hours of careful review and analysis. But I'd said I would do it, so I would do it. I worked steadily for the rest of the afternoon, taking notes and trying to identify the most important information for each client. Some of the files were straightforward. Companies that ordered the same products on regular schedules, with clear payment histories and minimal complications. Others were more complex, involving custom orders, shipping delays, billing disputes, and various other issues that would require careful attention to summarize accurately. By 5 o'clock, most of the office had cleared out, but I stayed at my desk, working by the light of my computer screen and the few overhead fixtures that remained on for the evening cleaning crew. The building took on a different character after hours. Quieter, more intimate, with the kind of peaceful focus that's impossible during the busy day. I was deep in a particularly complicated file involving a shipping dispute from 6 months ago when I heard footsteps approaching. I looked up to see a man in his 60s walking toward my desk. He was tall and lean, with silver hair and eyes that looked familiar somehow. He wore a well-tailored suit, but moved with the kind of easy confidence that suggested he was comfortable wherever he found himself. "Burning the midnight oil on your first day?" he asked, and his voice was warm, tinged with just a hint of amusement. "Just trying to get caught up," I replied, suddenly conscious of how I must look. Hair slightly disheveled, sleeves rolled up, surrounded by stacks of paper. "William Wexler," he said, extending his hand. "But most people around here call me Bill. My grandfather. Here, in person, looking every inch the successful businessman, but somehow also exactly like the man who used to make me pancakes on Saturday mornings. Grandpa," I said softly, standing up to shake his hand. His face broke into a genuine smile, the first one I'd seen in this building all day. "Hello, sweetheart. How was your first day?" I considered giving him the polite answer, the one that would make him think everything was fine and I was handling it all perfectly. But looking at his kind eyes, I found myself telling the truth instead. "Challenging," I said, "but I'm figuring it out." He nodded thoughtfully. "Margaret keeping you busy?" "Very busy. But that's good. I want to prove that I can handle the work." "I'm sure you can. Your mother always said you were the most determined person she knew." The mention of Mom hit me like a physical blow. I'd been holding it together all day, focusing on work and new people, and trying to make a good impression. But hearing him talk about her in the past tense, seeing the sadness in his eyes that matched my own, it almost broke my carefully maintained composure. "She would have been so proud," he continued gently. "Seeing you here, starting your career. She always believed you could do anything you set your mind to." "I miss her," I whispered, the words escaping before I could stop them. "I know, sweetheart. I miss her too. She was a remarkable woman." We stood there for a moment in the quiet office, sharing our grief in the way that only family can. Then Grandpa cleared his throat and looked down at the files scattered across my desk. "What's all this?" "Client summaries. Ms. Collins wants me to review 23 files and create reports by Friday." His eyebrows lifted slightly. 23 files in 4 days. "I can do it," I said quickly. "I mean, it'll be a lot of work, but I can handle it." "I'm sure you can. But Ellie," he paused, choosing his words carefully. "You don't have to prove yourself by accepting unreasonable demands. A good manager gives new employees challenging work, but they also set them up for success. I don't want anyone to think I'm getting special treatment." "Sweetheart, you're going to get special treatment no matter what you do. The question is what kind. You can let people walk all over you in the name of proving yourself, or you can demand the respect you deserve and earn it through good work." Before I could respond, he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small wrapped sandwich. "Turkey on sourdough, no crusts," he said with a smile. "I thought you might be hungry." It was exactly like the one I'd found at lunch, and suddenly I understood who had left it there. "Thank you," I said, accepting the sandwich. "For this and for giving me this opportunity." "You don't need to thank me for that. You earned this job with your grades, your work ethic, and your character. The fact that you're my granddaughter just meant I knew to look for your resume when it came across my desk. That's not how everyone else sees it. No, it probably isn't. But their opinion doesn't define your worth or your capability. Only your work can do that." He was right, of course. But knowing something intellectually and feeling it emotionally were two very different things. "I should let you get back to it," he said. "But Ellie, don't stay too late. These files will still be here tomorrow." After he left, I sat in the quiet office and ate my sandwich slowly, thinking about everything that had happened in my first day. The hostile colleagues, the impossible deadline, the weight of expectations and assumptions that had nothing to do with who I actually was or what I was capable of. But also Sarah's kindness, Grandpa's quiet support, and the slowly growing conviction that maybe, just maybe, I could find my place here after all. I worked for another hour, making good progress on the client files, before finally packing up to go home. As I waited for the elevator, I looked back at the office floor, my office floor now, and tried to imagine what it would feel like when this all became familiar, when I knew everyone's names and understood the unspoken rules, and had proven myself beyond the shadow of nepotism. The elevator arrived with its soft whisper, and as the doors closed behind me, I caught my reflection in the polished bronze surface once more. The woman looking back still looked tired, still looked like she was carrying too much. But there was something else there too, a spark of determination that hadn't been there that morning. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new tests of my resolve and capability. Ms. Collins would undoubtedly find new ways to make my life difficult, and the office gossips would continue their whispered assessments of my every move. But I would be ready for them. I had my mother's strength, my grandfather's wisdom, and my own stubborn refusal to be defined by other people's expectations. The game was indeed on, and I intended to win it. Chapter 2: Shadows in the Break Room. I woke up the next morning before dawn, jolted upright by a bad dream. Mom's voice calling my name from somewhere I couldn't reach. I fumbled for my phone, expecting a missed call, then remembered Sarah's suggestion about dialing Mom's old number. Before I could talk myself out of it, I pressed her contact. 1 ring. 2. 3. "Hi, you've reached Claire Wexler. Leave a message and I'll get back to you." Her cheerful recording poured over me like warm tea on a frozen day. I didn't speak. I just listened, closing my eyes until the beep cut the moment in half. The silence afterward felt merciless, so I filled it with the truth. "I start day 2 today, Mom. Yesterday was rough, but I'm still here. I love you." I hung up, slid the phone beneath my pillow, and cried for exactly 3 minutes. Long enough to honor the hurt, short enough not to drown in it. Then I showered, dressed in the most corporate-approved outfit I owned, and left my apartment before the sun even peeked over the skyline. The commute. The early train felt like a liminal space. Half of us still in pajama brains, the other half already drafting emails in our heads. I watched the city roll past smeared windows and forced myself to breathe from the diaphragm, like Mom taught me the night before my first high school debate. Deep belly breath, Ellie. Calm mind makes clear words. The train screeched into Central Station, spilling us onto the platform like marbles from a jar. I joined the river of suits flowing toward the exit, rehearsing greetings in my head. "Morning, Ms. Collins. Good to see you, Sarah." "Yes, I can absolutely finish those reports." The mantra marched with my footsteps all the way to Wexler Industries' glass doors. 8:02 a.m., the gauntlet. As soon as the elevator chimed open on the 10th floor, I felt the temperature drop. Not literally, just in the way conversations clipped and eyes recalibrated. My heels tapped out an anxious Morse code while I weaved through desks toward my corner. A tight knot of employees stood near the copier, whispering. I caught my name, followed by a snicker, just as Ms. Collins rounded the corner with military posture. She assessed me like a drill sergeant. 9 client summaries finished? 10. Her eyebrows inched up. We'll see if they're usable. She handed me a color-coded schedule. Operations meeting at 10. Sit in, don't speak. Learning posture only. I nodded, about to thank her, but she'd already pivoted away, air slicing in her wake. An unexpected ally. I sank into my chair, opened the next client file, and nearly yelped when a foam stress ball sailed over the divider and landed on my keyboard. I looked up. Sarah popped her head around the partition, red curls wild as always. "Coffee run," she mouthed. I glanced at the clock, 8:17 a.m., then at the mountain of paperwork. My pulse said work, but my sanity said caffeine. I slipped away with her, dodging the copier clique. In the hallway, Sarah whispered, "Ignore them. Janet's furious you finished 10 summaries. Word travels fast. Office gossip is faster than Wi-Fi." She paused, studying me. "You okay?" I shrugged. "Define okay." On a scale from I got promoted to I just stepped on a Lego. Where are we? Probably I spilled soup in my lap during a Zoom interview. She grinned. "Manageable trauma. Let's get lattes." Coffee shop confession. The lobby cafe was blissfully empty. Steam fogged the glass pastry case, and Nora Jones crooned from tinny ceiling speakers. Over oat milk lattes, Sarah said. "So Collins dumped 23 files on you? That's hazing. Can she fire me if I don't finish?" "She won't, but she wants you rattled." Mission accomplished. "Listen," Sarah leaned in, conspiratorial. "There's a whisper Ms. Collins wanted her nephew hired for your spot. Board overruled her. Now you're the reminder." "Great," I muttered. "I'm a walking grievance." Sarah tapped the table. "Prove her wrong. Make your work undeniable." I sipped latte foam and pictured Mom on the sidelines of my soccer games, shouting, "Let the ball show them who you are." Maybe spreadsheets could be my soccer ball. 9:42 a.m., pre-meeting jitters. Back at my desk, I finished summary 11 while glancing at the clock every 90 seconds. The upcoming meeting gnawed at me. "Sit in, don't speak." I worried I'd nod at the wrong time or mispronounce jargon in my head, so loudly it somehow leaked out. At 9:58, Sarah swung by and handed me a blue folder. "Take notes on this. Quarterly logistics report. Might impress the brass if you know the numbers." I mouthed thank you as Ms. Collins appeared, ushering me toward the glass-walled conference room. The operations meeting. Inside, a long table gleamed beneath LED lights. Senior managers filled seats like chess pieces, each calculating potential moves. Grandpa wasn't present. Rumor said he met investors downtown on Wednesdays. Ms. Collins stationed me at the back. "Observe," she whispered. Presentations began. Slides flicked by. Shipping costs, warehouse delays, client churn percentages. I scribbled notes, cross-checking figures with Sarah's report. Midway through, I spotted a discrepancy. The slide showed a 7% on-time shipping drop, but the report listed 4%. My stomach flipped. Should I say something? "Don't speak," Ms. Collins had ordered. Yet if numbers were wrong, wouldn't silence hurt the team? As debate grew heated, directors blaming procurement blaming drivers, I felt Mom's voice again. "Clear words, Ellie." I raised my hand slightly, hoping Ms. Collins would acknowledge me. She didn't. The CFO, Mr. Dawson, noticed. "Ms. Wexler, correct? You have input." Heat rushed to my face. Across the table, Ms. Collins glared daggers. Too late to retreat. I swallowed. Could we double-check the on-time shipping dip? The logistics report from last week lists 4%, not 7%. If that's accurate, root cause analysis might change." Silence cut the room. Mr. Dawson frowned, tapped his tablet, whispered to an assistant. Seconds felt like decades until he finally looked up. "She's right. Data sheet here confirms 4%. Good catch." A murmur spread. Someone whispered, "Impressive." Ms. Collins' jaw twitched, but she said nothing. The meeting ended with action items realigned around the corrected figure. As people filed out, Mr. Dawson stopped beside me. "Well spotted. Keep that attention to detail." I managed a nod. The aftermath. Back at my desk, adrenaline still buzzing, I expected fireworks from Ms. Collins. Instead, she breezed past, dropped a post-it that read urgent atop 3 additional files, and marched away. My gut twisted. Punishment via paperwork. Sarah peeked over the divider. "Heard you saved the meeting." Or doomed myself. "Trust me, directors love people who save them from errors." She lowered her voice. "If Collins keeps piling on, escalate to HR. My grandmother always said, fight the battle in front of you before asking for reinforcements." Wise woman. But don't bleed out on principle. Lunch break landmines. At noon, I microwaved leftover pasta in the break room. As I pulled the container out, Janet and Linda entered, chit-chat loud enough to fill the space. Linda eyed my badge. "Busy morning, Ellie?" "Productive," I said, stirring pasta. Janet opened the fridge. Word is you corrected Dawson in the meeting. Bold. Just a data check. Linda smirked. You know, most new hires observe before asserting themselves. I met her gaze. I was asked. Janet shut the fridge harder than necessary. Careful, sweetheart. Too many waves can sink boats. I lit a small smile. Only if the boats have holes already. Their expressions soured. I took my pasta and left, limbs trembling but proud. 1:15 p.m., Collins strikes. Email pinged. Urgent, API discrepancy audit. The body. Need comparative analysis between legacy and new systems. Deliverable, EOD. Attached. A zipped folder stuffed with code logs. I exhaled through my teeth. I wasn't a developer, but I knew enough to trace error rates. I cracked my knuckles, rolled up sleeves, and dove in, Googling acronyms, documenting every finding. Sarah dropped chocolate squares on my desk at 2 p.m., whispering fuel. I mouthed gratitude. Unexpected visitors. At 3:47 a.m. shadow fell across my screen. I looked up. Amy, the quiet woman from the breakroom trio, stood clutching a manila envelope. Got a minute? She asked softly. Sure. She glanced around, then handed me the envelope. Inside were anonymous feedback forms, printed emails, and a sticky note. They're building a case against you, claiming you breached data protocols in the meeting. My pulse thumped. Who's they? Janet spearheaded it. Linda joined. Collins may be backing them. My throat went dry. Why are you giving me this? Because I hate bullies. She straightened. Document everything. And maybe keep allies close. I stared after her, mind racing. The counter move. By 4 p.m., I'd copied the envelope contents, scanned them to my personal email, and returned the originals to my locked drawer. Then I compiled my API audit, clear, concise, footnoted, and sent it to Ms. Collins, CCNG Mr. Dawson and IT. 2 minutes later, Ms. Collins replied, only received. At 4:58 she appeared. We need to talk. Collins' office. Her office smelled like expensive candles and tension. She closed the door, motioned for me to sit. Your eagerness is noted, she began, pacing behind her desk. But bypassing channels, copying senior executives, suggests a lack of trust. I kept my voice even. The request involved high-level data. Standard protocol is to loop in data owners. She tilted her head. Protocol can be flexible. I thought of Amy's envelope. Flexible shouldn't mean opaque. Her smile didn't touch her eyes. You're new, Ms. Wexler. Learn the culture before fixing it. I met her gaze. Respectfully, culture grows from shared accountability. Silence stretched, taut as violin strings. Finally she spoke. Finish the client summaries by Friday. We'll revisit expectations Monday. Dismissed. Evening fallout. The office emptied again. I packed my bag, exhaustion heavy as wet wool. In the elevator I leaned against the mirrored wall and whispered. You still in, Ellie? Yes, I answered myself. The city outside glowed, streetlights flickering like cautious hope. I walked to the station, called Grandpa en route. He answered on the third ring. Hi, sweetheart. Hi, Grandpa. Long day. Tell me. I recounted the meeting, the data fix, Collins' reaction, omitting the envelope for now. He listened, humming softly like a steady engine. When I finished, he said, Steel is forged in fire, but you control the furnace. Meaning, choose which flames shape you. Not every spark deserves oxygen. I let that sink in as the train rumbled into the station. Night lessons. Back home, I set dinner soup to heat, then opened my laptop. I created a folder, Defense. In it, I logged every interaction with Collins, Janet, and Linda, saving emails, noting hallway remarks. If they wanted a case, I'd keep my own. After dinner, I called Mom's voicemail again, left a new message. Day 2 tried to break me, but I didn't crack. You'd be proud. I pictured her smiling on the other side of somewhere, holding the phone she could never answer. Midnight resolve. Before bed, I taped a sticky note above my desk. Deliver excellence. Document everything. Trust earned allies. Breathe. I stared at the list until the words blurred into shapes, then crawled into bed, heart still drumming a battle cadence. Tomorrow would bring summaries, whispers, perhaps new traps. But tonight I had proof of my own competence, and a growing network of people willing to stand beside me. I closed my eyes, whispered goodnight to Mom, and let sleep feather in like a cautious friend. Chapter 3. The Pressure Cooker. The alarm didn't wake me Thursday morning. I was already lying in bed staring at the ceiling, watching dawn creep through my blinds like spilled milk. I'd been awake since 4, mind churning through every conversation from yesterday, every glance, every implication. The envelope Amy had given me sat on my nightstand like a loaded gun, its contents burned into my memory, claiming you breached data protocols in the meeting. I rolled over and grabbed my phone, muscle memory dialing Mom's number before my brain could intervene. "Hi, you've reached Claire Wexler. Leave a message and I'll get back to you." This time I spoke immediately after the beep. "Morning, Mom. Day 3 coming up. I think I'm in a war now, and I'm not sure I'm winning. Remember when I was 12 and Jessica Martinez was spreading rumors about me at school? You said the truth always comes out eventually, but sometimes you have to help it along. I think I'm about to find out what you meant." I hung up and lay there for another few minutes, letting her voice echo in my head. Then I got up, showered with more determination than usual, and chose my outfit like armor. Navy blue suit that made me look older, low heels that wouldn't wobble if I had to stand my ground, hair pulled back in a bun that said professional instead of pushover. By 7:30 I was on the train, clutching a coffee that was still too hot to drink and reviewing my plan. Today I would finish the remaining client summaries, document every interaction with Collins and her allies, and find a way to get ahead of whatever case they were building against me. Most importantly, I would not let them see me sweat. The Wexler Industries building looked the same as always, glass and steel reaching toward a sky that promised rain. But somehow it felt different today, more like a fortress than an office building. I badged in through the lobby, nodded to the security guard who was starting to recognize me, and rode the elevator to the 10th floor with 3 other employees who made polite small talk about weather and weekend plans. None of them mentioned my name in whispers. None of them gave me sideways looks. For a moment, as the elevator climbed, I wondered if I was being paranoid, if the threat I felt was just in my head. Then the doors opened. The difference was immediate and unmistakable. Conversations that had been flowing normally suddenly stuttered and stopped. Eyes that had been focused on computer screens or paperwork swiveled toward me with laser precision. The usual morning bustle, people grabbing coffee, checking emails, discussing projects, felt muted, like someone had turned down the volume on the entire floor. I walked to my desk with measured steps, hyper-aware of every sound my heels made against the carpet. Sarah was already at her workstation, but she didn't look up when I passed. That was unusual. Normally she'd wave or mouth good morning, or make some small gesture of acknowledgement. Instead, she kept her eyes locked on her computer screen, typing with unusual intensity. My desk looked exactly as I'd left it yesterday evening. Client files stacked in order of priority, post-it notes marking pages that needed follow-up, my coffee mug, a graduation gift from Mom that said Future CEO, sitting next to my keyboard. But something felt off. The files seemed to be in slightly different positions, as if someone had been looking through them. My notebook was closed. I always left it open to the current page. I sat down slowly, trying to process what I was seeing without jumping to conclusions. Maybe the cleaning crew had moved things around. Maybe I was misremembering how I'd left everything. Maybe paranoia was making me see threats that didn't exist. But when I opened my notebook to the page where I'd been taking notes on the Henderson Manufacturing account, I found a sticky note that definitely hadn't been there before, written in neat, unfamiliar handwriting. "Nice work. Keep it up. A friend." My blood chilled. Someone had been through my desk, had read my notes, had left me a message. But was it a threat or encouragement? Was a friend actually friendly? Or was this some kind of psychological warfare? I looked around the office, trying to spot anyone watching me, anyone who might have left the note. Janet was at her desk in HR, talking on the phone with animated hand gestures. Linda from marketing was standing by the printer, waiting for documents to emerge. Amy was nowhere to be seen. Her desk in accounting was empty, computer dark. Ms. Collins emerged from her office carrying a stack of manila folders, her usual armor of crisp professionalism in place. She scanned the office like a general surveying troops, her gaze lingering on me for just a moment longer than the others. When our eyes met, she smiled, the kind of smile that never reached the eyes, the kind that made you wonder what she was really thinking. She approached my desk with measured steps, heels clicking against the floor like a metronome marking time until execution. "Good morning, Eleanor," she said, using my full name in a way that somehow managed to sound both formal and condescending. "I trust you're prepared for a productive day." "Absolutely," I replied, matching her tone. "I made significant progress on the client summaries yesterday. I should have the remainder completed well before the Friday deadline." "Excellent." She set one of her manila folders on my desk. "However, I have a more pressing priority for you today. This is the Hartwell Industries account. They're threatening to terminate their contract due to what they claim are repeated shipping delays and billing errors. I need you to conduct a comprehensive audit of their entire relationship with our company, going back 2 years. I looked at the folder. It was thick, easily 3 times the size of any of the other client files I'd been working with. The entire relationship? Every order, every shipment, every invoice, every complaint. I need a detailed analysis of what went wrong and recommendations for how to salvage the relationship. They're a 7-figure client, Eleanor. Losing them would be unfortunate. The word unfortunate carried weight beyond its dictionary definition. This wasn't just a work assignment. It was a test, maybe even a trap. If I succeeded in identifying and solving the problems with Hartwell Industries, I'd prove my value to the company. But if I failed, if I missed something crucial or made an error in my analysis, it would provide perfect justification for questioning my competence. "When do you need this completed?" I asked, though I suspected I already knew the answer. "End of business today." "Of course. That's quite a tight timeline for 2 years of account history." Ms. Collins tilted her head slightly, like a predator sizing up prey. "I have complete confidence in your abilities. After all, you demonstrated such attention to detail in yesterday's operations meeting. I'm sure you'll be thorough." The reference to the meeting felt loaded with implications. Was she acknowledging my competence, or reminding me that I'd stepped out of line? Was this assignment a reward or a punishment? "I'll get started immediately," I said. "Wonderful. Oh, and Eleanor? Given the sensitive nature of this account and the confidential information involved, I need you to work on this independently. No collaboration with other departments, no outside consultation. We can't risk information leaking to competitors. Translation: no help from Sarah or anyone else." I was on my own. After Ms. Collins walked away, I sat staring at the Hartwell folder, trying to calculate whether completing this analysis in 1 day was even physically possible. 2 years of account history meant hundreds of orders, thousands of line items, dozens of shipping manifests and invoices. Even if I worked straight through without breaks, I'd be pushing the limits of what one person could accomplish. But refusing wasn't an option. Not if I wanted to keep my job. Not if I wanted to prove I belonged here despite the whispers and suspicions. I opened the folder and began to read. The Hartwell Industries account history was a masterclass in corporate dysfunction. From the very first order 2 years ago, there had been problems. Incorrect item codes, delayed shipments, billing discrepancies, customer service failures. What should have been a straightforward business relationship had devolved into a series of increasingly frustrated communications between Hartwell's procurement team and various departments at Wexler Industries. The more I read, the more I realized this wasn't just about shipping delays or billing errors. This was systemic failure across multiple departments. Sales had promised delivery dates that operations couldn't meet. Operations had shipped products that didn't match what finance had invoiced. Customer service had given conflicting information to resolve complaints. It was like watching a slow-motion train wreck spread across 24 months of documentation. But there was something else, something that made my stomach twist with unease. Many of the most egregious errors had occurred during periods when other major clients were running smoothly. It was as if someone had been deliberately sabotaging the Hartwell account, or at least prioritizing other clients at Hartwell's expense. I made notes as I read, creating a timeline of failures and a catalog of responsible parties. The pattern that emerged was damning. While Hartwell Industries struggled with delays and errors, 3 other major clients, Meridian Corp., Blackstone Logistics, and Phoenix Manufacturing, had received flawless service during the same time periods. Around 10:30, Sarah appeared at my desk carrying 2 cups of coffee. She glanced around nervously before sitting down. "You look like you're drowning in paperwork," she said quietly, sliding one of the cups toward me. Something like that. I accepted the coffee gratefully. I'd been so absorbed in the Hartwell files that I'd forgotten to take a break. "Thanks for this. Collins has you working on the Hartwell account." I looked up sharply. How did you know? Word travels fast around here. Plus, she asked IT to pull 2 years of shipping data for that account this morning. Usually that kind of request goes through the department manager, but she made it herself. Is that unusual? Sarah sipped her coffee, considering. Margaret Collins doesn't usually involve herself directly in account audits. She delegates that kind of work to senior analysts. The fact that she's having you do it, especially with such a tight deadline. She trailed off. Especially what? Look, I probably shouldn't say this, but there are rumors about the Hartwell account. Some people think the problems weren't accidental. My blood ran cold. What do you mean? I mean, some of the shipping delays happened during weeks when we had excess capacity. Some of the billing errors were corrected internally, but never communicated to the client. It's like someone wanted Hartwell to be dissatisfied. But why would anyone want to sabotage a client relationship? Sarah lowered her voice even further. Hartwell Industries is a union shop. They manufacture parts for renewable energy projects. There are people in this company who see them as politically problematic. The implications hit me like a physical blow. If Sarah was right, if the Hartwell account had been deliberately sabotaged for political reasons, then I wasn't just being asked to audit their relationship. I was being asked to cover up a conspiracy. Sarah, if that's true. I never said it was true, she interrupted quickly. I said there are rumors. But Ellie, you need to be careful. If you find evidence of deliberate sabotage and you report it, you'll be taking on some very powerful people. But if you don't report it and it comes out later, she didn't need to finish the sentence. I'd be complicit in the cover-up, and my career would be over before it had really begun. What would you do? I asked. Sarah was quiet for a long moment, staring into her coffee cup as if it contained answers to questions she didn't want to ask. I'd document everything, she said finally. Every irregularity, every coincidence, every pattern that doesn't make sense. And then I'd make sure that documentation existed somewhere safe, somewhere it couldn't disappear if things got ugly. After Sarah left, I threw myself back into the Hartwell files with renewed intensity. But now I wasn't just looking for billing errors and shipping delays. I was looking for evidence of deliberate sabotage. And the more I looked, the more I found. Orders that had been marked as rush in the system, but then sat in the warehouse for days without explanation. Shipping addresses that had been accidentally entered incorrectly, causing delays while packages were rerouted. Invoice discrepancies that followed no logical pattern, but consistently favored Wexler Industries at Hartwell's expense. By noon, I had compiled a preliminary list of 17 separate incidents that seemed to indicate deliberate interference with the Hartwell account. The evidence wasn't conclusive. Each incident could be explained as simple human error or system glitch. But taken together, they formed a pattern that was impossible to ignore. I was so absorbed in my analysis that I didn't notice Amy approaching until she cleared her throat softly. I looked up to find her standing beside my desk, holding a brown paper bag. "Lunch?" she asked, glancing around to make sure no one was watching. "I can't really take a break right now," I said, gesturing to the scattered files. "Collins wants this analysis completed by end of day. Then you definitely need to eat something. Low blood sugar makes it harder to think clearly." She set the bag on my desk. "Turkey sandwich, apple, and a cookie. Consider it fuel for the fight." "Amy, about yesterday. Thank you for warning me about Janet and Linda. I want you to know that I appreciate it, but I don't want you to get in trouble for helping me." She smiled, and for the first time since I'd started working here, it seemed completely genuine. "I've been at this company for 4 years, Ellie. I've seen a lot of people come and go, and I've watched good people get crushed by politics and bad people get promoted because they knew how to play the game. You're different." "How so?" "You actually care about doing the right thing. That's rarer than you might think in corporate America." Before I could respond, she walked back to her desk, leaving me with the sandwich and a growing sense that I wasn't as alone in this battle as I'd thought. The afternoon stretched out like a prison sentence. I worked through Amy's sandwich while cross-referencing shipping manifests with invoice records, looking for patterns that might explain the systematic failures in the Hartwell account. The office around me gradually emptied as people left for meetings or took late lunches, until the floor was quiet except for the hum of fluorescent lights and the distant sound of keyboards clicking. Around 2:30, I made a discovery that changed everything. Buried in a folder of routine correspondence, I found an email thread from 8 months ago between Ms. Collins and someone named R. Morrison, with the subject line Hartwell Strategic Considerations. The thread was brief but explosive. From R. Morrison at WexlerIndustries.com to Margaret Collins at WexlerIndustries.com. Subject: Hartwell Strategic Considerations. Margaret, following up on our conversation about the Hartwell situation. Board consensus is that their union stance and renewable energy focus make them problematic for our long-term strategic goals. Recommend transitioning their business to competitors over next 12 to 18 months. Can you manage the operational aspects? R. From Margaret Collins at WexlerIndustries.com to R. Morrison at WexlerIndustries.com. Subject: Hartwell Strategic Considerations. Robert: Understood. I'll handle this discreetly. Service degradation should appear organic. Nothing that could be traced back to deliberate action. M. My hands were shaking as I read the emails a second time, then a third. This wasn't speculation or rumor. This was written proof that Ms. Collins had been deliberately sabotaging the Hartwell account on orders from someone higher up in the company. Someone who had access to board discussions and the authority to make strategic decisions about which clients to keep and which to drive away. I looked up R. Morrison in the company directory. Robert Morrison, Senior Vice President of Strategic Planning. He reported directly to the executive committee, which meant he was 2 levels below my grandfather in the corporate hierarchy. The implications were staggering. This wasn't just about workplace politics or personal vendettas. This was about systematic corruption at the highest levels of Wexler Industries. And now I was being asked to write a report that would either expose this conspiracy or help cover it up. I sat back in my chair, staring at the damning emails on my computer screen. Every instinct I had told me to print them out, to save copies, to document this evidence before it could disappear. But I also knew that accessing these emails might have been a mistake. They were probably supposed to be confidential, and the fact that they were in the Hartwell client file might have been an oversight. If I reported what I'd found, I'd be accusing my own supervisor and a senior executive of corporate sabotage. My credibility would be questioned, my motives would be suspect, and my career at Wexler Industries would be over before it had really begun. But if I stayed silent, I'd be complicit in the ongoing sabotage of a client relationship. Hartwell Industries employed hundreds of people who depended on contracts like this one. Their renewable energy projects contributed to environmental sustainability. The union workers who built their products deserved the same quality of service as any other client. I thought about Mom, about the values she'd raised me with. She'd always said that doing the right thing wasn't always easy, but it was always worth it. She'd taught me that integrity wasn't something you could compromise on just because the stakes were high. But she'd also taught me to be smart, to think strategically, to pick my battles carefully. I looked at the clock. 3:15 p.m. I had less than 2 hours to finish my analysis and decide what to include in my report. Whatever I chose to do, I needed to do it carefully and document everything thoroughly. I opened a new document on my computer and began typing. Hartwell Industries Account Analysis. Prepared by Eleanor Wexler. Date. Current date. Executive Summary. The Hartwell Industries account has experienced significant service issues over the past 24 months, resulting in customer dissatisfaction and the current threat of contract termination. My analysis reveals a pattern of systematic failures across multiple departments that appears to be inconsistent with the quality of service provided to other major clients during the same time periods. As I wrote, I chose my words carefully. I documented every failure, every delay, every billing error. I presented the evidence of systematic problems without explicitly accusing anyone of deliberate sabotage. I let the facts speak for themselves, knowing that anyone who read the report carefully would be able to draw their own conclusions. But I also made sure to save copies of everything. The emails between Collins and Morrison, the shipping manifests that showed preferential treatment for other clients, the customer service logs that revealed contradictory information being given to Hartwell representatives. I saved it all to a personal flash drive that I kept in my purse, and I emailed encrypted copies to my personal account. If Wexler Industries was going to sacrifice Hartwell Industries for political reasons, at least there would be a record of what had really happened. By 4:45, I had completed a comprehensive 15-page analysis of the Hartwell account. It was thorough, professional, and devastating. Anyone who read it would understand exactly why Hartwell Industries was threatening to terminate their contract, and they would also understand that the problems were not the result of random errors or system failures. I printed out the report, put it in a manila folder, and walked to Ms. Collins' office. She was on the phone when I knocked, but she gestured for me to come in and sit down. I placed the folder on her desk and waited while she finished her conversation. Something about quarterly budget projections and resource allocation. The Hartwell analysis, she said when she hung up, looking at the folder without opening it. Yes, I found some concerning patterns that I think you should be aware of. She opened the folder and began reading, her expression neutral and professional. I watched her face carefully, looking for any sign that she recognized the implications of what I'd documented. When she reached the section that detailed the timeline of failures coinciding with perfect service for other clients, her jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. She closed the folder and looked at me directly. "This is quite thorough," she said. "You've identified numerous service failures that clearly contributed to the client's dissatisfaction." "Yes, I also noticed some patterns that might suggest." "What I see," she interrupted, "is a comprehensive analysis of operational failures that will be very helpful in our efforts to retain this important client. Thank you for your hard work on this." The dismissal was clear, but I pressed on. "Ms. Collins, some of these failures seem to coincide with periods when other clients received exceptional service. I think it might be worth investigating whether there were resource allocation issues or—" "Eleanor." Her voice carried a warning that made my spine straighten. "You were asked to analyze the Hartwell account issues, and you've done exactly that. The report will be forwarded to the appropriate parties for review and action. What if Hartwell asks for documentation of our service improvements? What if they want to see evidence that we've addressed the root causes of these problems?" Ms. Collins smiled, and it was the coldest expression I'd seen on a human face in my 22 years of life. "I'm sure we'll be able to provide them with appropriate documentation when the time comes. Now, if there's nothing else, I have several calls to make before end of business." I stood up slowly, understanding that I'd just been warned to let this matter drop. But as I reached the door, I turned back. "Ms. Collins, what should I tell Mr. Dawson if he asks about my analysis?" He seemed interested in having me involved in high-level account management. Her smile faltered for just a moment. "I'll handle any communications with senior management regarding your work." "That won't be necessary." Back at my desk, I sat in the growing dusk of the office, most of my colleagues having left for the day. The building's after-hours quiet settled around me like a blanket, and I finally allowed myself to process what had just happened. I had uncovered evidence of deliberate corporate sabotage. I had documented it thoroughly and presented it professionally. And I had been politely but firmly told to forget what I'd found. The question now was what to do with the information I'd gathered. I could take it to HR, but Janet was already part of the group trying to build a case against me. I could go directly to senior management, but Ms. Collins had made it clear that she would handle all communications with executives. I could take it to my grandfather, but that would look like I was running to family for protection. Or I could wait and watch and continue to document everything while I figured out my next move. My phone buzzed with a text message from Sarah. "How did the Hartwell analysis go? Want to grab dinner and decompress?" I looked around the empty office, at the stacks of client files still waiting to be summarized, at the computer screen that contained evidence of corruption I wasn't supposed to have found. "Yes," I typed back. "I definitely need to decompress." 20 minutes later, I was sitting across from Sarah in a small Italian restaurant 3 blocks from the office, a plate of spaghetti carbonara, cooling in front of me while I told her everything that had happened. "Jesus, Ellie," she said when I finished. "You found actual emails about sabotaging the account. Deliberate service degradation that would appear organic." Those were Collins' exact words. Sarah sat back in her chair, processing the implications. "So what are you going to do?" "I don't know. If I report it, I'm accusing my supervisor and a senior VP of conspiracy. If I don't report it, I'm letting them destroy a client relationship that affects hundreds of jobs. Have you considered that they might be testing you?" I looked up from my untouched pasta. "What do you mean?" "Think about it. You're the GM's granddaughter. You've been on the job for 3 days, and suddenly you're handed a client file that contains incriminating emails? Either Collins is incredibly careless, or someone wanted you to find those communications." The possibility hadn't occurred to me, but now that Sarah mentioned it, it seemed obvious. Ms. Collins was many things, but careless wasn't one of them. The emails had been buried in routine correspondence, but not so deeply that a thorough analysis wouldn't uncover them. But why would they want me to find evidence of sabotage? Maybe to see what you'd do with it. Maybe to see if you'd run to your grandfather, or try to expose them, or just keep quiet and play along. A loyalty test. Or a character test. Either way, you're being evaluated on more than just your ability to write client summaries. I finally took a bite of pasta, barely tasting it as I considered Sarah's theory. If she was right, then my response to finding the emails was being watched and analyzed. Every decision I made, every person I talked to, every move I made was part of some larger evaluation of my trustworthiness and character. So what would you do? I asked. Sarah twirled pasta around her fork thoughtfully. I'd document everything, keep copies somewhere safe, and wait to see what happens next. If this is a test, then your patience and discretion are probably being evaluated as much as your moral compass. And if it's not a test, if I'm just supposed to keep quiet about corporate corruption, then you'll have documented evidence when you need it. Either way, knowledge is power, and right now you need all the power you can get. We finished dinner in relative quiet, both of us lost in thought about the implications of what I'd discovered. As we walked back toward the subway station, Sarah grabbed my arm. Ellie, I want you to promise me something. What? Promise me you won't do anything rash. Don't confront Collins. Don't go to your grandfather. Don't try to be a hero. Just be smart. Be careful. I looked at her concerned face, illuminated by the streetlights and the neon glow of storefront signs. She was genuinely worried about me, and that realization was both comforting and terrifying. I promise, I said. I'll be careful. But as I rode the train home through the darkness of the tunnel, I wondered if being careful was going to be enough. The forces arrayed against me, Collins, Janet, Linda, and whoever else was part of this conspiracy, had decades of experience playing corporate politics. They knew how to manipulate systems, how to build cases, how to destroy careers while maintaining plausible deniability. All I had was integrity, determination, and a flash drive full of evidence that might either save my career or destroy it completely. Back in my apartment, I sat at my small kitchen table with my laptop open, writing a detailed account of everything that had happened during my third day at Wexler Industries. I wrote about the mysterious note in my notebook, about the Hartwell assignment, about the damning emails, about Ms. Collins' warning to drop the matter. I wrote it all down, encrypted the file, and saved multiple copies in different locations. If this was a war, and increasingly it felt like one, then I needed to maintain detailed records of every battle. Before bed, I called Mom's voicemail one more time. Day 3 is done, Mom. I found something today, something that could change everything. I'm scared about what comes next, but I'm also excited. Maybe this is why I'm here. Maybe this is my chance to make a real difference, to prove that integrity still matters in business. I wish you were here to tell me what to do, but I think I know what you'd say. Do the right thing, even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard. I hung up and stared out my apartment window at the city lights twinkling in the darkness. Somewhere out there, in boardrooms and corner offices, people were making decisions that affected thousands of lives. Some of those decisions were ethical, some weren't, and increasingly it seemed like my job was to figure out which was which. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new tests of my resolve and character. Ms. Collins would be watching for signs that I planned to pursue the Hartwell matter further. Janet and Linda would be looking for evidence to support their case against me. Senior management would be evaluating whether I was trustworthy enough to handle sensitive information. But tonight, I had done my job thoroughly and professionally. I had uncovered the truth, documented it carefully, and preserved it for future use. Whether that would be enough to survive what was coming remained to be seen. I closed my laptop, turned off the lights, and went to bed with the strange mixture of exhaustion and anticipation that comes from knowing you're standing at a crossroads. One path led to safety, compliance, and a career built on keeping quiet about uncomfortable truths. The other led to uncertainty, conflict, and the possibility of making a real difference in the world. As I drifted off to sleep, I realized I had already chosen which path to take. The only question now was whether I was strong enough to see it through to the end. Chapter 4. The Jaws of Friday. I woke before sunrise again. Something about the pale half-light bleeding through the curtains made the apartment feel stage-lit, as if the day were already waiting for me to say my first line. Dad used to call this hour the honest hush, because nothing noisy or complicated has begun yet, so whatever you hear in your head is probably the truth. The truth this morning? I was scared. Friday meant two things. My impossible stack of client summaries was due by 5, and the rumor mill, now running 24/7, said Robert Morrison would be on site for an unscheduled senior staff huddle. If Morrison showed up in person, Collins's Whisper network would formalize into a real move. All the power players would finally be looking in the same direction, and if I happened to be standing in that line of sight, I'd get crushed. But it was also Mom's birthday. 31 years ago, she'd walked into the world bright-eyed and stubborn, and I refused to let Collins or Morrison turn her day into a cautionary tale about keeping my head down. I pulled on black trousers, a gray blouse, and Mom's silver locket, the one with "Be Brave" etched inside the clasp, and whispered a 2-word promise to my reflection. Lead anyway. 7:15 a.m., the quiet before. The lobby espresso bar wasn't open yet, so I brewed sludge in the corner kitchenette on 9. Elevator traffic was light, just maintenance staff and a bleary engineer balancing 2 energy drinks. I rode up alone, trying to keep my breathing slow enough that my watch wouldn't nag me about elevated heart rate. Stepping out on 10 felt like entering high tide. The usual hush already hummed with tension. Overnight, someone had replaced the framed corporate values posters with updated designs. Sleeker fonts, bolder colors, the kind of rebranding flourish that usually precedes an all-hands meeting. Change, literal and metaphorical, hung crooked on every wall. I'd barely set my bag down when Sarah peeked over the divider. "You see the meeting invite?" she half-whispered. "What invite?" She swung around, tapped a few keys, and my inbox pinged. Subject: Strategic Alignment Update, 4 p.m., Boardroom A. Required: Collins, Dawson, Morrison, selected contributors. Selected contributors. 2 words that felt like iron cuffs. My name was at the bottom of the CC list. Sarah pressed a latte into my hands. "Drink. And pace yourself. They're going to ask about Hartwell. And about those summaries. Can I finish 23 reports plus Hartwell appendix by 4? Could any normal human?" I left normal behind somewhere near Tuesday. She squeezed my arm. "Ellie, remember. Numbers are your shields. Facts first, feelings later." Then she vanished toward accounts receivable, leaving me alone with coffee, spreadsheets, and a deadline that looked like a cliff edge. 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. 23 battles, 1 war. I attacked the summaries assembly line style. Open file. Cross-check orders in SAP. Highlight anomalies. Craft a crisp 1-page snapshot. Deliverables, KPIs, open risks. Stamp it with date, time, and bold black type. Every 45 minutes I forced myself to stand, stretch, sip water. Around me the chatter rose and fell like an erratic tide. Snatches of gossip about Morrison's arrival, Collins's hair-trigger temper, and whether the company newsletter would announce a major pivot or an exciting integration. In corporate speak, exciting usually means layoffs. Pivot means someone high up changed their mind, and everyone else has to pretend the new direction was obvious all along. By 11:30, I'd knocked out 14 summaries. My wrists ached, my eyes blurred from toggling between columns of shipping metrics and finance notes. But in every doc I planted small landmines of truth. Footnotes pointing to pattern gaps, phrased politely enough to survive management editing, but unmistakable if anyone actually read them. Repeated priority downgrades coincide with Meridian Corp overflow periods. 3 unexplained system reroutes cluster near end Q2. See Appendix C for audit trail. Footnotes are the Trojan horses of corporate reporting. They look harmless until you pop them open and discover a marching army of facts inside. 11:45 a.m. The envelope returns. Amy slid into my cubicle like a ghost, her sneakers silent on the carpet. She drew a sealed white envelope from her cardigan pocket and placed it beside my keyboard. "More?" I asked. "Different," she said. "Read it later. Trust me." "What's in it?" "Insurance." She shot a glance at Collins's glass door, closed, blinds half tilted, then lowered her voice. "Morrison flew in from Houston last night. Rumor is Collins wants to pin Hartwell on logistics. If that sticks, robotics division loses expansion funding, and guess whose budgets balloon instead? Let me guess, strategic planning and marketing. Linda's been telling people she's getting a headcount bump." I exhaled. "And Janet? HR will own the change management narrative. Amy's mouth twisted into a wry smile. Funny how accountability flows downhill, but budget flows sideways to allies. Before I could reply, her phone buzzed. She mouthed later and disappeared. I slipped the envelope into my notebook and returned to the grind, mind buzzing louder than the overhead fluorescence. 12:30 p.m., birthday call. Mom's birthday demanded a ritual. I ate a peanut butter and banana sandwich, her weird favorite, at my desk and dialed her voicemail. I pictured her kneading dough in our old kitchen, flour dusting her cheek, singing off-key. Happy birthday to me. I hit record. Hey Mom, you'd be 47 today. I wish I could bring you grocery store cupcakes and laugh about how you still call me kiddo, even though I pay rent now. Work's crazy, but I'm swinging. You told me to box clever. I'm trying. Miss you like oxygen. Love you. I pressed send, blinking fast when Collins's reflection flickered on my monitor. Sentimentality's a luxury, she said, and for a second I thought she'd heard the message. But she was looking at the sandwich. Peanut butter afternoon? Bold nutritional choice. It's a family thing, I replied. She slid a fresh folder onto the pile. Client number 15. Don't slack off now. Then she pivoted away, heels clicking like a metronome set to menace. 1 p.m. to 3:15 p.m. The clock, the knife. Afternoon blurred. Excel grids, PDF scans, toggle, summarize, save. I finished the 23rd report at 2:50, printed the whole set, stacked them in a blue binder, and labeled it Week 1 Client Synopses. E. Wexler, confidential. Hyper-organized. Impossible to critique on format. At 3:05 the lobby badge system flashed an alert to the 10th floor reception tablet. Robert Morrison, on site. The open plan area tensed. Conversations zipped shut. Screens flipped to dashboards no one understood. The atmosphere felt like the second between lightning and thunder. I forced myself to read the envelope contents now, before the 4 p.m. showdown. Inside, a USB drive and a single post-it. Docs, shadow folder, bellsong.xlsx. Play if cornered. A. Bellsong. Odd code name, but Amy was ex-audit. Cryptic was her second language. I slipped the drive into my laptop, copied the folder to an encrypted cloud vault, then ejected it. Didn't peek. In case. 3:35 p.m. Dawson's curveball. CFO Dawson strode up, silver cufflinks flashing like traffic signals. He tapped the client binder. Good work, he murmured. I skimmed early drafts. You already saw them? I monitor document server commits. His eyes were sharp but kind. Your metadata trails are meticulous. That's a compliment, not surveillance. Thank you. I hesitated then. What's the real agenda at 4? Alignment, he said, which told me nothing and everything. On Hartwell. On optics. He handed me a crisp business card bearing his personal cell and a 7-digit code. If you feel unsafe, text the code. No preamble. Why would I? He raised a hand. Just in case. You ask hard questions. Hard questions draw hard answers. Then he strode off to wrangle numbers elsewhere. 3:55 p.m. The walk. Sarah met me at the hallway junction. We didn't speak. She just squeezed my binder-free hand until circulation tingled, then pushed me gently toward boardroom A. When I reached the frosted glass doors, Collins was already inside, flanked by Robert Morrison, a tall man with desert-tanned skin, immaculate charcoal suit, and eyes that scanned the room like a laser rangefinder. 3 other directors ringed a sleek walnut table. Dawson nodded from the far end. An empty chair waited midway down the flank. No name tent, just space. I took it, smoothed my notes, and set Mom's locket against the tabletop so it caught the halogen glare. 4 p.m. to 4:52 p.m. The Strategic Alignment Update. Collins started with a slideshow titled Operational Efficiencies and Risk Signal Mapping. Corporate Art of War. Bury the dagger in jargon thick enough to choke an auditor. Slide after slide, the narrative emerged. Hartwell's persistent underperformance threatened Q3 revenue forecasts. Client churn would require resource reallocation. Logistics, i.e., not Collins's realm, bore primary responsibility, with intermittent vendor API failures exacerbating issues. I tracked the data points. They were sanitized, cherry-picked, polished until the story gleamed blame-free, for Collins at least. Morrison nodded sagely, as if these numbers confirmed his worldview. At 4:23, Collins clicked to what she called remediation plan. It proposed migrating 60% of Hartwell's volume to partner carriers over the next 6 weeks. So fast. Freezing discretionary spending in logistics and realigning talent, read layoffs, to marketing and strategic planning. Linda's dream come true. Dawson cleared his throat. Before we vote, finance requests a supplementary perspective from Ms. Wexler. Heads pivoted toward me. Collins's nostrils flared. I stood, binder in hand, voice steady thanks to diaphragm breaths. I appreciate operations overview, I began, but my audit of Hartwell indicates multi-factor causality, some systemic, some potentially deliberate. I've prepared a concise set of findings. I slid copies down the table. Fewer pages than Collins's deck, but twice the mass and impact. Highlights are tabbed. Dawson flipped to a red tab. Morrison raised an eyebrow. I spoke quickly, clinically. Data indicates priority downgrades time-stamped within 10 minutes of internal meetings labeled client retiering. These downgrades show no corresponding capacity constraints. Collins interjected. Correlation isn't causation. Meetings cover multiple clients. True, I said, which is why I cross-validated with warehouse routing logs. Hartwell containers were first in queue until each downgrade. Afterward, they were bucketed with non-critical freight, extending transit by 48 hours on average. I clicked my laser pointer to a time series graph. Footnote 3. See attachment G. Silence. I pressed on. Invoices show pricing anomalies benefiting Wexler by 2.3% net margin beyond contract. System flags were manually overridden. I paused. By user ID MCO 47. Ms. Collins's ID. The room exhaled collectively. Morrison folded his arms. These are serious allegations. Not allegations, I corrected. Audit traceable events. If needed, I can demonstrate the log paths. That won't be necessary, Collins snapped. I caught Dawson's subtle nod. Stay calm. So, Morrison said, steepling his fingers, your conclusion? My conclusion is Hartwell's churn risk is manufactured. Resource reallocation would reward the very channels initiating the degradation. The cost: 428 union jobs in Indiana, our ESG rating, and long-term reputational trust. I let that land. Dawson added quietly. Finance concurs that immediate divestment poses higher intangible risk than retention. Collins tried one last pivot. Even if errors occurred, Ms. Wexler has exceeded her authority. I opened my mouth, but Dawson beat me to it. Initiative is not a disciplinary offense, Margaret. Morrison leaned back, assessing. All right, we table reallocation until a full forensic audit concludes. He looked at me. Ms. Wexler, you will assist internal audit starting Monday. Collins remains primary data custodian under audit supervision. The glare he shot her said play straight or burn. Meeting adjourned at 4:52. No applause, just the soft thud of chairs scooting back and power shifting. 5:05 p.m. fallout. In the corridor, Collins caught my elbow hard enough to leave fingerprint bruises. You think you won? Her voice was a hiss. You just declared war on people who write budgets. I presented facts. You presented career suicide. I removed her hand. Threats are beneath your pay grade. She stared, rage simmering, then marched off, heels echoing like retreating artillery. Sarah intercepted me near the elevators, eyes shining. Word spread. You shook the tree. It's not over. No, but now you have sunlight. Nothing ugly grows well in sunlight. Amy texted. Bellsong equals smoking gun? I replied. Not yet. Audit Monday. 6:20 p.m., Grandpa's porch. Grandpa insisted we debrief at his brownstone, 2 subway stops away. He answered the door in rolled-up sleeves, eyes crinkling with equal parts pride and worry. I handed him a cupcake with one flickering candle. For Mom. He lit it, we sang softly, and the flame danced between us like hope you could hold in your palm. Over coffee I recounted the day. Every slide, every repost, Collins's grip on my arm. Grandpa listened, knuckles whitening around his mug. I can remove her, he said at last. No, I shook my head. Let audit expose everything. If we pull rank now, the story becomes nepotism again. He sighed. You're your mother's daughter, stubbornly honorable. She didn't raise me to need shortcuts. He nodded. Then Monday we move by the book. But you won't be alone. He slid Dawson's business card back to me. Apparently Dawson had debriefed him too. Plenty of white hats left in this company. We sat on the porch until the street lamps blinked on, talking about unions, renewables, how integrity sometimes feels like carrying a stone uphill, but still matters more than the view. 9:45 p.m. The honest hush revisited. Back home, I uploaded my meeting notes, locked the USB in a shoebox, and typed a new entry in my defense journal. Day 4, presented findings. Audit ordered. Collins hostile, recorded physical intimidation. See hallway cam 10F1705. Allies Dawson, Sarah, Amy. Unknown, Morrison's endgame. After brushing my teeth, I called Mom's voicemail one last time. We did it, birthday girl. The truth didn't get buried today. I can almost hear you clapping, telling me to rest because tomorrow's another round. I'll try. Love you. Good night. I set the phone down and let the apartment settle into the deep hush of post-midnight. The war was nowhere near over, but for the first time since Monday, I fell asleep not from exhaustion but from a brittle, hard-won peace. The kind that comes after you swing at a giant and land a clean hit. Tomorrow might swing back. But tonight, I'd kept my promise. Lead anyway. Chapter 5, The Long Weekend. Saturday mornings used to be Mom's territory. She'd wake me with the smell of cinnamon rolls or pancakes, open the curtains wider than necessary, and declare it a fresh start. This Saturday, the apartment smelled like printer toner and stress. Sunlight snuck in through half-closed blinds anyway, catching the edges of the binders and sticky notes that had multiplied across my kitchen table overnight. I lay on the couch in yesterday's clothes, still half asleep, listening to the city breathe. Distant sirens, a dog barking, someone banging a trash chute 3 floors down. No alarm clock, no office chime, but my brain refused to believe it was free from deadlines. Weekend, I whispered, trying the word on like an outfit I wasn't sure I could afford. It didn't fit. 1. Inventory. I started with coffee so strong it could file its own taxes. While the kettle boiled, I listed the facts out loud to the empty room. Mom's old trick for calming runaway thoughts. A forensic audit begins Monday. Collins is cornered but dangerous. Morrison's endgame is still a puzzle. Dawson and Grandpa are allies, but even allies have limits. I'm 22, 3 weeks into grief, and very tired. Saying it that way made the situation feel smaller, like fitting a storm into a mason jar. I opened my laptop and scanned overnight emails. HR had sent a bland reminder about professional conduct during investigations. Janet had forwarded a team-building webinar invitation to the whole floor. Thinly veiled busywork, probably designed to look proactive before the audit steamrolled our department. No messages from Collins. None from Morrison. Silence from the people with knives is never comforting. I thumbed the USB Amy had labeled Bellsong. Part of me wanted to dive right in. Part of me worried the files were radioactive. View them too soon, and I might glow under Collins's Geiger counter. Instead, I hid the drive under the bottom dressing drawer liner and headed out for a sanity walk. 2. Sidewalks and truth bombs. The streets felt slower than weekdays. Strollers, dogs with bandanas, joggers who'd slept in. At the corner coffee cart, the barista smiled like we were conspirators against the universe. Rough week? He asked, eyeing the circles under my eyes. You have no idea. He handed over a second croissant on the house, which reminded me that small kindness still existed outside corporate warfare. I stuffed one pastry into my tote for later and ate the other while walking through the farmer's market, breathing in basil and peaches and grilled corn. Mom would have tasted every sample. I settled for honey-glazed pecans because the vendor wore a t-shirt that read "Support your local BE," and I needed that kind of earnestness in my bloodstream. Halfway home, Sarah called. You alive? She asked without preamble. Barely. Good. I'm coming over in an hour. Wear clothes you can ruin. I opened my mouth to protest, but she'd already hung up. Sarah had a habit of making commands sound like invitations. Maybe that's how she survived accounts receivable. 3. The art of destruction. At noon she showed up in paint-splattered jeans, carrying 2 canvases, a grocery bag of acrylics, and a 6-pack of kombucha. I don't paint, I reminded her. Exactly. You can't fail at something you've never tried. She swept mail and expense receipts off the table, spread newspaper, and arranged colors like a chemist preparing bright explosives. Therapeutic vandalism, she explained. Phase 1, cover the canvas with everything you're mad about. Phase 2, paint new things over it, but leave little rips. Battle scars. I stared. What if Collins's face ends up all over mine? That's the spirit. I brought extra black. We painted in furious silence at first. me slashing broad red strokes that looked suspiciously like shipping delays and forged approvals. Sarah swirling blues and greens that reminded me of spreadsheets bleeding into oceans. Half an hour in, laughter bubbled up. Nervous at first, then real, especially when Sarah flicked paint at my cheek by accident, and I retaliated with a purple comet across her cardigan. Mid-giggle, my phone buzzed. Unknown number. I let it go to voicemail, but the text that followed pinned me cold. From 555-0919. Back off and lawyer up before you drown. No name. No punctuation beyond what mattered. Sarah read the text over my shoulder and whistled. Friendly, she said. Do you recognize the number? I shook my head. Screenshot forward to Dawson, she advised. Paper trail always. I obeyed, thumbs suddenly shaky. We painted until late afternoon, filling silence with curse words and cheap philosophy. When our canvases dried, we photographed them, then ripped sections away, leaving windows that showed the first angry layer beneath the calmer colors. It felt like an honest map of the week. Beauty trying to patch over damage, edges fraying anyway. Sarah hugged me at the door. Rest tonight, she ordered. Tomorrow we prep. 4. Ghosts in the box. After a shower, I finally plugged the Belsong USB into an old offline laptop. Mom's, wiped clean but still functional. The folder Amy referenced contained a single encrypted zip. The password hint read, CL 16-05-22. I guessed twice, client codes, conference room names, then tried a hunch. Claire's birthday, June 5, 2022. The file unlocked. Inside, a spreadsheet listing outbound pallets over 14 months. A PDF chain of approvals leading to Collins, Linda, and a person labeled RM Sig Morrison. Audio snippets, phone recordings, titled by dates. A short video clip stamped with yesterday's date. I opened the video first. It showed Collins in a corner of boardroom B, pacing on a conference call. We keep the pressure on. If the GM's little princess makes noise, we question her impartiality. Dawson can shield her for now, but HR's prepping a conflict of interest clause. We can contain this. She paused, listening, then added. Morrison's prepared to shift blame onto logistics. Jan's got the exit packages drafted. Monday we wrap this. The video ended. My pulse hammered. Amy must have recorded it. How had she planted a camera? Or maybe she'd used the room's own teleconference system. Either way, it was dynamite. I labeled a folder war chest and copied everything, then saved backups to 2 cloud accounts under innocuous names. Getting this material into audit's hands without revealing Amy as the mole became priority number 1. 5. Night watch. I spent the rest of Saturday cataloging the pallet spreadsheet. Every suspicious downgrade matched the timelines I'd flagged. Amy's data provided the missing confirmations. User stamps, approval notes, even IP addresses. With this, audit wouldn't need months. They'd unspool Collins's web in days. But evidence alone wouldn't protect me once Collins realized how deep I'd dug. The anonymous text earlier suggested she or her allies were escalating. After marking every file with metadata and read-only locks, I wrote an anonymous memo on Grandpa's typewriter, the one he kept for nostalgia. To audit, examine Hartwell and Meridian downgrades on dates highlighted yellow. Cross-reference user IDs MCO 47 and RMO 88. Follow the EOQ shipping incentives to marketing. If this vanishes, look in finance under Project Belsong. The truth is still on the servers. A friend of integrity. I folded the memo, sealed it in a plain envelope, and addressed it to lead auditor, confidential. On Monday, it would appear in the outgoing mail cart, buried beneath routine contracts. If my presentation to audit went sideways, the memo might keep the trail alive. That night, sleep came in broken fragments. Dreams of spreadsheets morphing into trapdoors, Collins's heels echoing down endless hallways, Mom calling from a phone I couldn't reach. Each time I jerked awake, I whispered the note above my bed. Deliver excellence. Document everything. Trust earned allies. Breathe. Then force my eyes shut again. 6. Sunday sunrise triage. Dawn painted the ceiling peach and gold. I brewed tea instead of coffee. Mom's calming blend of chamomile and ginger, and mapped Monday on sticky notes. 8 a.m. Arrive early. Photocopy Hartwell evidence. 8:30 a.m. Hand deliver summaries to Dawson. 9 a.m. Audit kickoff. Sit beside Amy if possible. Break. Text Grandpa only if legal counsel appears. Throughout, record everything discreetly. I added a final note. Kindness still counts. Sarah texted an address, an old gym converted into a rock climbing studio, and insisted I meet her there at 10. Trust me, she wrote. Vertical thinking. I almost declined. Deadlines loomed like skyscrapers. But the idea of scaling literal walls appealed to the part of me suffocating under invisible ones. The gym smelled of chalk and ambition. Sarah greeted me with rental shoes and a harness. Up we go, she said, pointing to a beginner route with plastic holds shaped like dinosaur footprints. Halfway up, my arms shook. She called from below, "Look down, see how far you've come." I glanced at the padded floor, suddenly dizzy, but also exhilarated. Each foothold was a data point I'd conquered. Each reach, a new connection. At the top, I slapped a buzzer and laughed, a sound bursting out so unexpectedly I almost cried. On the ground again, Sarah grinned. "Monday is just another wall," she said. "You already know the route." 7. The call from HR. That afternoon, my phone rang, caller ID. Human Resources. My stomach twisted, but I answered. "Ms. Wexler," Janet intoned, voice syrupy. "As part of our proactive compliance, we'd like a brief discussion tomorrow at noon to review your participation in recent committee activities." Standard procedure. Translation, interrogation. "I'll be there," I said. "Wonderful. And please bring any personal notes you relied on this week. Transparency helps expedite things. I'll gather what I have. Like hell I would." After hanging up, I placed Dawson's card on the desk, traced the backup code with my finger, and breathed. 8. Grandpa's quiet weapon. Sunday evening supper at Grandpa's had always been roast chicken and board games. Today, he greeted me with pad thai takeout and a locked briefcase. "I spoke with Dawson," he said over noodles. "He's arranging outside investigators. Collins doesn't know yet. HR scheduled me for a discussion at noon." He nodded. "They'll fish for self-incrimination. Answer only what policy demands. If they bully, request representation." He slid the briefcase closer. "These are the original bylaws. Wexler Industries was founded on a profiteering scandal in '87, my father's mistake. I rewrote governance to prevent hidden sabotage. Audit has teeth if it remembers it has them." He entered a code, popped the latches. Inside lay a single thin binder titled Ethics Clause 14, Whistleblower Protections. "No one touches you while this stands," Grandpa said. "But you must invoke it deliberately." I skimmed the clause. Employees acting in good faith to report wrongdoing were shielded from retaliation, pending independent review. Violators face termination and, if losses proved, personal liability. The air tasted electric. "I hope we don't need it," I said. "But if we do, we lead with it," Grandpa replied. 9. Twilight choreography. Back home, I choreographed Monday like a stage manager. Evidence copies in 3 envelopes. One for audit, one for Dawson, one for off-site counsel Grandpa trusted. USB backup hidden in my heel. Yes, literal shoe USB, courtesy of Sarah, who once dated a cybersecurity hobbyist. Small note for Amy. Clear skies after storms. Slipped into her locker. I cleaned the apartment just enough to feel control. Dishes washed, couch cushions fluffed, canvases leaning against the wall like protective totems. At 11:58 p.m., I set 2 alarms and whispered to Mom's voicemail. "Showtime tomorrow, Mom. If your locket glows under fluorescent lights, I'll know you're front row." I clicked off, crawled into bed, and imagined her applause blending with the clack of auditor keyboards. 10. Nightcap of resolve. Sleep tiptoed in with softer dreams. No hallways, no heels. Just Mom, Grandpa, and me on a porch under August stars, eating birthday cupcakes, laughing at how much frosting stuck to our noses. Somewhere beyond the railing, I could hear a crowd. The company, the auditors, the villains, but their murmur felt small, like surf miles away. I woke Monday at 5:30 before the alarm, heart steady, lungs full. The war would resume in a few hours. But the long weekend had armed me with new weapons. Paint, climbing chalk, whistleblower bylaws, and an unshakable reminder that truth, once spoken, echoes. I dressed in navy again. Same as Friday, but this time it felt like chosen armor rather than borrowed intimidation. I clipped Mom's locket, tucked audit envelopes into my briefcase, and stepped into the hallway. The honest hush was over. It was time to make noise. Chapter 6, Monday Morning Reckoning. Monday arrived with the kind of precision that makes you believe the universe keeps office hours. I woke at 5:30, exactly as planned, heart beating steadily against the mattress like it was knocking on a door I wasn't ready to open. The apartment felt different in pre-dawn darkness. Not smaller or larger, just charged, like the air before lightning strikes. I padded to the kitchen in bare feet, muscle memory guiding me through the routine. Kettle on, coffee measured, shower running while water heated. The normalcy of it felt both comforting and absurd. In 3 hours, I'd be sitting across from internal audit, laying out evidence that could topple careers and shift millions in contracts. But first, I had to brush my teeth and find matching socks. Mom's locket caught the bathroom light as I fastened it around my neck. The engraving inside, "Be brave," felt warm against my thumb. I'd worn it every day since the funeral, but this morning it felt less like jewelry and more like armor. Like Mom had somehow infused it with all the courage she'd never gotten to use herself. The city outside my window was still mostly asleep, streetlights creating pools of amber in the gray dawn. A few early commuters hurried past, coffee cups steaming, shoulders hunched against the October chill. Normal people heading to normal jobs where the biggest drama was deadline pressure or office politics. I envied them their uncomplicated Mondays. By 6:15, I was dressed and reviewing my strategy one final time. Navy suit, the one that made me look older and more serious. Hair pulled back in a bun tight enough to survive whatever Hurricane Collins tried to blow my way. Briefcase packed with 3 manila envelopes, each containing copies of Amy's evidence, my analysis, and the timeline that connected Morrison's directives to Collins's sabotage. The anonymous tip I'd typed on Grandpa's typewriter sat in a sealed envelope, ready to disappear into the company mail system. Insurance, in case today's presentation somehow vanished or got buried in bureaucratic quicksand. I caught the 6:45 train, earlier than usual, hoping to avoid the morning rush and any chance encounters with colleagues. The car was nearly empty. Just me, a woman in scrubs probably heading to a hospital shift, and an older man reading a paperback thriller. The cover showed a woman running down a dark alley, looking over her shoulder at shadowy pursuers. Art imitating life, I thought grimly. As the train pulled into Central Station, my phone buzzed with a text from Sarah. "You've got this. Remember, facts are shields, truth is armor." Another from Amy. "Clear skies after storms. P.S. Be careful who you trust today." And one from Grandpa. "The bylaws are on your side. Use them if needed. Proud of you." No messages from Collins, Morrison, or anyone else who might be planning my corporate funeral. The silence felt ominous, like the quiet before a surprise attack. The empty floor. The Wexler Industries building looked the same as always. Glass and steel reaching toward a sky that promised rain. But somehow it felt different. More like a courthouse than an office building. I badged through security, nodded to the guard who was starting to recognize me, and rode the elevator to the 10th floor with 3 other early arrivals who made polite small talk about weather and weekend plans. When the doors opened, the usual morning bustle was notably absent. Most desks were still empty, computers dark, coffee makers cold. Only a few die-hard early birds were at their workstations, and they looked up as I passed with expressions that ranged from curious to sympathetic. Word had clearly spread about Friday's boardroom showdown and the audit that would follow. My desk looked exactly as I'd left it Friday evening. Client files still stacked, post-it notes still marking important pages, coffee mugs still sitting beside my keyboard. But something felt different. The files seemed to be in slightly different positions. Papers shifted just enough to notice if you were looking for it. I sat down carefully, hyper-aware of every sound, every movement. The overnight cleaning crew sometimes moved things around, but this felt more deliberate. Like someone had been looking through my workspace, searching for something specific. My computer was still locked, password protected. I logged in and immediately checked my recent file history. Everything looked normal, no documents accessed after Friday's shutdown time, no unusual login attempts. But that didn't mean someone hadn't tried. I opened my bottom desk drawer where I kept personal items, breath mints, emergency chocolate, a small hand mirror. Everything was there, but the mirror was facing up instead of down. I always kept it face down to avoid accidentally seeing my reflection during stressful moments. Small detail, but in a week where paranoia felt like common sense, small details mattered. Sarah arrived at 7:45, earlier than usual, carrying 2 coffee cups and a worried expression. She glanced around the nearly empty floor before approaching my desk. "How are you holding up?" she asked quietly, setting one of the cups beside my keyboard. "Like a house of cards in a windstorm," I admitted. "But still standing. Any word on what time the audit starts?" 9 o'clock in conference room C. Dawson's sitting in, plus whoever internal audit is sending. I lowered my voice. "Sarah, I think someone went through my desk over the weekend." Her eyebrows shot up. "What makes you think that?" I showed her the mirror, explained about the shifted files. She frowned, considering. "Could be the cleaning crew, but—" She trailed off, looking around the office. "Collins was here yesterday. Sunday afternoon, around 3. I saw her car in the parking lot when I drove by on my way to the grocery store. A chill ran down my spine. She was here on Sunday. Why? Good question. Official reason would be catching up on work, but—" Sarah shrugged. "Maybe she was looking for something. Or planting something." The second possibility hadn't occurred to me, but now it seemed obvious. If Collins was desperate enough to physically intimidate me in the hallway, she might be desperate enough to try framing me for something. Plant inappropriate files on my computer, claim I'd violated confidentiality agreements, anything to discredit me before the audit began. "I need to check my computer more thoroughly," I said. "Do it now before anyone else gets here. And Ellie, maybe consider that everything you do today is being watched." By 8:15, the office was filling up with the usual Monday morning crowd. Conversations buzzed around the coffee maker and copy machine, but the energy felt different, more subdued, more careful. People kept glancing toward Collins's office, toward the conference rooms where the audit would take place, toward me. I'd spent the past half hour going through my computer files, email history, and network logs. Everything appeared normal, but I wasn't an IT expert. If Collins or someone else had planted evidence, I might not be sophisticated enough to find it. Collins herself arrived at 8:30, moving through the office with her usual crisp efficiency. She wore a charcoal gray suit that looked expensive and authoritative, hair pulled back in a bun even tighter than mine. She nodded curtly to various employees, distributed assignments with military precision, and somehow managed to avoid looking in my direction entirely. But I felt her awareness of me like heat from a furnace. Every movement I made, every person I spoke to, every file I touched, she was cataloging it all, building whatever case she planned to present to the auditors. At 8:45, Dawson appeared at my desk carrying a manila folder and wearing the kind of expression that suggested he'd been up all night preparing for battle. "Walk with me," he said quietly. We made our way to his office, passing colleagues who tried not to stare too obviously. Dawson closed the door and gestured for me to sit. "The auditors arrived an hour ago," he said without preamble. 3 of them, 2 from internal audit, 1 external consultant. They've been reviewing the preliminary materials I sent over Friday night. What's their initial reaction? Professional skepticism mixed with genuine concern. The patterns you identified are hard to explain away as coincidence. He leaned forward. "But Ellie, I need you to understand what you're walking into. Collins has been busy over the weekend. She's prepared a counter-narrative that paints you as an inexperienced employee who misunderstood routine business decisions and is now making wild accusations to cover for your own performance issues." My stomach twisted. What kind of performance issues? Missing deadlines, exceeding authority, collaborating inappropriately with other departments. She's claiming you've been discussing confidential client information with unauthorized personnel. That's ridiculous. The only person I've talked to about any of this is... I stopped, realizing the trap. Sarah. And Sarah works in accounting, not operations. Collins is arguing that discussing Hartwell account details with someone outside the chain of command represents a security breach. The elegant simplicity of it took my breath away. Collins had taken my greatest strength, building alliances, seeking advice from colleagues, and twisted it into evidence of professional misconduct. Can she make that stick? Dawson's expression was grim. In a normal situation, no. But these aren't normal circumstances. She's also prepared documentation showing that several of your client summaries contain minor errors that had to be corrected by senior staff. What errors? I was meticulous about those reports. I know you were. But errors have a way of appearing when people with administrative access want them to appear. The implication hit me like a physical blow. Collins hadn't just been planning her defense. She'd been actively sabotaging my work, creating evidence to support her version of events. So what do I do? Dawson opened the manila folder and pulled out a thick stack of papers. You stick to the facts. You present your evidence clearly and professionally. You answer questions directly and honestly. And you remember that audit processes are designed to find the truth, not to validate preconceived narratives. He handed me the papers. These are certified copies of all the documents you referenced in your Hartwell analysis, plus additional materials our IT department pulled from the servers over the weekend. Everything is time-stamped, authenticated, and admissible. I flipped through the stack. Shipping manifests, email threads, user logs, approval workflows. A paper trail that painted an undeniable picture of systematic sabotage. This is incredible, Mr. Dawson. How did you get all this so quickly? When the CFO requests a priority data pull, IT moves fast. He smiled grimly. And when that CFO has 40 years of experience and knows which databases to query, they find exactly what they're looking for. Does Collins know you have all this? Not yet, but she will in about 10 minutes when we present it to the audit team. He stood up. Ready to go make some enemies? Conference Room C. The audit was being conducted in Conference Room C, a windowless space in the interior of the building that felt like a bunker. 3 people sat around the polished table. 2 women and 1 man, all wearing the kind of serious expressions that suggested they'd seen corporate corruption before and weren't easily impressed by smooth talking. The lead auditor was a woman in her 50s named Patricia Wells, with silver hair and sharp eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. She introduced her colleagues. Jennifer Park from Internal Audit and Marcus Thompson, the external consultant Dawson had mentioned. Collins was already seated at the far end of the table, flanked by Janet from HR and someone I didn't recognize. A thin man in an expensive suit who had corporate lawyer written all over him. Ms. Wexler, Patricia Wells said as I took a seat beside Dawson. Thank you for joining us. We understand you've prepared materials related to the Hartwell Industries account that we should review. Yes, ma'am. I've documented what appears to be systematic interference with client service, potentially in violation of company policy and fiduciary responsibilities. Collins's lawyer cleared his throat. Before we proceed, I'd like to note for the record that Ms. Wexler's allegations are based on a misunderstanding of routine business operations and appear to be motivated by performance anxiety related to her probationary employment status. Patricia Wells looked at him with the kind of expression usually reserved for insects found in salad. Counselor, this is a fact-finding proceeding, not a trial. Ms. Wexler will present her findings, will ask questions, and we'll make our own determinations about motivation and credibility. The lawyer's cheeks reddened slightly, but he nodded and sat back. I opened my briefcase and pulled out the first manila envelope. I've prepared 3 sets of materials for your review. The first contains my analysis of service patterns for Hartwell Industries compared to 3 similar clients over the same time period. I distributed copies of the timeline I'd created, showing the correlation between internal meetings labeled client retiering and subsequent service downgrades for Hartwell while other clients received improved service. The second envelope contains documentation of specific incidents where Hartwell orders were deprioritized despite available capacity, where shipping addresses were incorrectly entered causing delays, and where billing discrepancies consistently favored Wexler Industries. Jennifer Park from Internal Audit was already flipping through the materials, making notes in a small spiral notebook. Marcus Thompson, the external consultant, was photographing pages with his phone. The third envelope, I continued, contains email communications that suggest these service failures were not accidental, but were part of a deliberate strategy to encourage Hartwell Industries to terminate their contract. I pulled out copies of the emails between Collins and Morrison that I'd found in the Hartwell client file. Patricia Wells read them twice, her expression growing colder with each word. Ms. Collins, she said without looking up, can you explain these communications? Collins straightened in her chair. Those emails have been taken out of context. Mr. Morrison and I were discussing legitimate concerns about Hartwell's fit with our strategic direction. The renewable energy sector involves regulatory risks that impact our other clients. And the reference to making service degradation appear organic. A poor choice of words. I was referring to the natural market forces that sometimes lead clients to seek alternative providers. Patricia Wells made a note. We'll need to interview Mr. Morrison about these communications. Is he available today? Collins's lawyer leaned forward. Mr. Morrison is traveling on company business, but we can arrange a phone interview at your convenience. That won't be necessary, Dawson interjected. Mr. Morrison is in the building. He arrived this morning for the quarterly strategic planning session. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Collins shot a look at her lawyer that could have melted steel. In that case, Patricia Wells said, we'll speak with him after we finish here. Ms. Wexler, do you have additional materials to present? This was the moment I'd been preparing for since Amy first slipped me that envelope. The moment when I had to decide whether to reveal the smoking gun evidence or hold it in reserve. I thought about Amy's warning to be careful who I trusted, about the anonymous text threatening legal action, about Collins's weekend visit to the office. Then I thought about the 428 union jobs in Indiana, about Mom's voice telling me to do the right thing even when it was hard, about the promise I'd made to myself to lead anyway. Yes, I said, reaching for the USB drive in my shoe. I have one additional piece of evidence. But before I could retrieve it, the conference room door opened and Amy stepped inside. Ms. Wells, she said quietly, I'm Amy Chun from accounting. I have information relevant to this investigation. Collins's face went white. Amy, you don't need to. Actually, I do. Amy moved to the table and set down a tablet computer. I've been documenting irregularities in client service patterns for the past 8 months. I recorded this conversation on Friday afternoon. She tapped the screen and Collins's voice filled the room. We keep the pressure on. If the GM's little princess makes noise, we question her impartiality. Dawson can shield her for now, but HR's prepping a conflict of interest clause. We can contain this. The silence that followed felt like the pause between lightning and thunder. Patricia Wells stared at the tablet, then at Collins, then at Amy. Ms. Chun, are you prepared to testify that this recording is authentic and unedited? Yes, ma'am. I also have additional documentation showing the coordination between operations, marketing, and strategic planning to systematically downgrade Hartwell's service, while providing enhanced service to clients who aligned with Mr. Morrison's political preferences. Collins stood up abruptly. This is a witch hunt. You're allowing a disgruntled employee with a personal grudge to. Sit down, Ms. Collins, Patricia Wells said, her voice carrying the authority of someone who'd been conducting investigations longer than I'd been alive. You'll have an opportunity to respond to all allegations. Collins sat, but her posture radiated barely contained rage. Her lawyer was scribbling notes furiously, probably calculating billable hours and damage control strategies. Ms. Chun, Patricia Wells continued, we'll need to review all your documentation. Are you comfortable proceeding with this investigation, knowing it may result in disciplinary action against your colleagues? Amy looked directly at Collins for a moment, then back at the lead auditor. I'm comfortable doing what's right. These aren't my colleagues. They're people who corrupted a system I believe in. The next 2 hours were a masterclass in forensic accounting and corporate investigation. Patricia Wells and her team methodically worked through every document, every timeline, every correlation. They asked detailed questions about shipping protocols, billing procedures, client communication standards, and approval workflows. Collins and her lawyer tried repeatedly to discredit the evidence, claiming data had been misinterpreted, that business decisions were being taken out of context, that normal operational variations were being painted as conspiracy. But with each exchange, their position became less tenable. When Marcus Thompson, the external consultant, pulled up real-time shipping logs on his laptop and showed that Hartwell containers were still being routed through secondary processing centers despite available primary capacity, Collins's explanations started to sound desperate. These are standard efficiency protocols, she insisted. Ms. Collins, Thompson replied, I've consulted with 17 logistics companies over the past 5 years. In every case, primary routing is used for high-value clients unless capacity constraints make it impossible. Your system shows available primary capacity, but routes Hartwell through secondary processing anyway. Can you explain the business rationale? Sometimes secondary routing provides better quality control. Your own internal metrics show secondary routing increases transit time by an average of 36 hours and increases damage rates by 12%. Why would you choose inferior service for a 7-figure client? Collins opened her mouth, then closed it again. Her lawyer whispered something in her ear, but she shook her head. At 11:30, Patricia Wells called a brief recess. Collins and her legal counsel immediately left the room, probably to plan their next move. Dawson, Amy, and I remained seated, none of us speaking until we were sure they were out of earshot. "How do you think it's going?" I asked. "Better than I hoped," Dawson replied. "The evidence is overwhelming, and Collins's explanations aren't holding up under scrutiny." Amy looked exhausted but determined. "I knew this day would come eventually. I just hoped I'd have the courage to do the right thing when it arrived." "You did," I told her. "You absolutely did." When the auditors returned, Patricia Wells was carrying a thick folder that hadn't been there before. She sat down and opened it, revealing what looked like additional email printouts. During the break, we contacted IT and requested an expanded search of communications related to the Hartwell account. We found several additional email threads that corroborate the patterns Ms. Wexler identified. She pulled out a stapled document. "This is a communication between Mr. Morrison and someone identified as board member number 3, discussing the strategic value of encouraging certain politically problematic clients to seek alternative providers." The thread specifically mentions Hartwell Industries and includes a projected timeline for contract termination. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just about Collins and Morrison. It went higher, potentially to the board level. We also found evidence of coordination with external parties. There are emails discussing potential clients who could absorb Hartwell's volume, including pricing discussions and capacity planning. She turned to another page. Most concerning, we found communications suggesting that information about Hartwell's internal operations, including proprietary manufacturing processes and client relationships, was shared with competitors to facilitate their contract bids. That was industrial espionage, the kind of corporate crime that resulted in federal investigations and prison sentences. "Ms. Collins," Patricia Wells said, "in light of these discoveries, I'm obligated to inform you that this investigation has expanded beyond internal policy violations. We're now looking at potential criminal activity, including theft of trade secrets and conspiracy to defraud." Collins's lawyer was on his feet immediately. "We need to suspend this proceeding pending legal counsel." "No, counselor. This is an internal corporate investigation, and Ms. Collins remains an employee subject to company policies and procedures. She can certainly retain legal counsel, but she cannot unilaterally halt an audit process." The door opened again, and Robert Morrison walked in. He looked like a man who'd been expecting a routine strategic planning session and had instead walked into a courtroom. His usual desert-tan confidence had been replaced by something closer to panic. "Bob," Collins said, "I tried to call you." "Shut up, Margaret," he snapped, taking a seat at the table. "Gentlemen, ladies, I understand there are questions about some business decisions related to the Hartwell account." Patricia Wells smiled, and it wasn't a pleasant expression. "Mr. Morrison, thank you for joining us. We have several communications that suggest you directed the systematic degradation of service to Hartwell Industries for reasons unrelated to business performance. Would you like to explain your involvement?" Morrison looked at Collins, at her lawyer, at the documents spread across the table. Then he did something I didn't expect. He laughed. "You want to know the truth? Fine. Hartwell Industries is a union shop that manufactures components for wind farms and solar installations. They donate to environmental groups and Democratic candidates. They represent everything that's wrong with American business. Political activism masquerading as commerce." The room fell silent. Morrison continued, seemingly unaware that he was confessing to corporate sabotage in front of witnesses. "We have clients who are energy companies, defense contractors, manufacturers who actually support American values. Why should we provide excellent service to a company that actively works against our other clients' interests?" "Because," Dawson said quietly, "they pay us 7 figures annually for that service. Because we have legal and fiduciary obligations. Because business and politics are supposed to be separate." Morrison waved dismissively. "Naive thinking, Charles. Everything is political. Every decision supports one side or the other. We chose to support the right side." Patricia Wells was writing furiously in her notebook. "Mr. Morrison, are you stating for the record that you deliberately authorized inferior service to Hartwell Industries based on their political affiliations and business relationships?" "I'm stating that we prioritize clients whose values align with our strategic vision." And did this prioritization include sharing confidential information about Hartwell's operations with their competitors? Morrison's confidence faltered slightly. I don't know what you're referring to. Patricia Wells pulled out another document. This is an email from your account to the CEO of Blackstone Manufacturing, dated 6 weeks ago. It includes detailed information about Hartwell's production schedules, client requirements, and pricing structures. Information that Blackstone used to undercut Hartwell's bids on 3 major contracts. Morrison's face went pale. That's not. I was just discussing market conditions. Market conditions? Patricia Wells read from the document. Hartwell is vulnerable on the Meridian project due to capacity constraints in their Indiana facility. If you can guarantee 48-hour turnaround on the modified specs, they'll lose the contract. I can provide their current pricing as reference. The room was dead silent. Morrison looked like a man watching his career implode in real time. I need to consult with legal counsel, he said finally. You certainly do, Patricia Wells replied. This investigation is now suspended pending review by law enforcement authorities. Ms. Collins, Mr. Morrison, you're both suspended from all duties effective immediately, pending the outcome of the investigation. She stood up, gathering her materials. Ms. Wexler, Ms. Chun, Mr. Dawson, thank you for your cooperation. We'll need follow-up interviews over the next several days, but your participation has been invaluable. As the room emptied, I found myself sitting alone with Amy and Dawson, trying to process what had just happened. In the span of 3 hours, we'd gone from internal audit to criminal investigation. Collins and Morrison were suspended, possibly facing federal charges. The entire corporate structure that had seemed so intimidating and immutable had cracked wide open. Is it over? I asked. Dawson shook his head. This is just the beginning. There will be federal investigators, grand juries, media attention. The board will have to explain how this happened without their knowledge, if it did happen without their knowledge. Amy looked drained but relieved. At least the truth is out now. Whatever happens next, people will know what really went on. As we walked back toward the elevator, I realized that my phone had been buzzing with notifications throughout the morning. Sarah had sent a dozen texts asking for updates. Grandpa had called twice, probably worried about how the audit was going. But there was also a new message from an unknown number. Congratulations. You've made some very powerful enemies. Watch your back. I showed the message to Dawson, who frowned and immediately forwarded it to Patricia Wells. Don't ignore threats, he advised. This isn't over just because Collins and Morrison are suspended. He was right, of course. In the corporate world, as in any ecosystem, removing apex predators didn't eliminate danger. It just created opportunities for other predators to fill the vacuum. Someone had sent that text. Someone who clearly had skin in the game and wasn't happy about the morning's revelations. Back at my desk, I found a small crowd gathered around Sarah's workstation. She was showing people something on her computer screen, gesturing excitedly. When she saw me approaching, she broke into a huge grin. Ellie, perfect timing. Look at this. She'd pulled up the company's internal news page, which featured a brief announcement about the suspension of Margaret Collins and Robert Morrison pending investigation into alleged policy violations. It was corporate speak for, we caught them red-handed, but don't want to admit how bad it is. The whole building's talking about it, Sarah said. Janet from HR has been in meetings all morning. Linda from marketing is suspiciously absent. And there are rumors that the FBI might get involved. FBI. Industrial espionage is a federal crime. If Morrison really was sharing confidential information with competitors, that's way beyond internal discipline. I sank into my chair, finally allowing myself to feel the full weight of exhaustion that had been building all morning. We'd won the battle, maybe even the war, but the victory felt hollow somehow. Collins and Morrison were suspended, but they weren't the disease. They were just symptoms of a larger problem. What happens to Hartwell Industries now? I asked. Dawson, who had followed us back to the workstations, overheard the question. That's up to them. We'll reach out, explain what happened, offer to make things right. Whether they're willing to give us another chance depends on how much damage has already been done. The rest of Monday passed in a surreal haze. Normal work continued around the drama. Emails were answered, reports were filed, meetings were held. But everyone was distracted by the whispered conversations about corruption and investigations and what it all meant for the company's future. Around 3 p.m., I got a call from Grandpa asking me to stop by his office before heading home. His voice sounded tired but proud, like a general who'd won a costly battle. His office was on the 15th floor, in the executive suite I'd never visited before. The elevator ride up felt like ascending to a different world. Thicker carpets, original artwork, the kind of understated luxury that screamed serious money without being ostentatious about it. Grandpa's office was smaller than I'd expected, but filled with natural light from floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. He stood behind his desk, silhouetted against the afternoon sky, looking older than I remembered but still commanding. "Close the door, sweetheart," he said quietly. I did, then took a seat in one of the leather chairs facing his desk. He came around and sat in the other chair, so we were facing each other as equals rather than across the formal barrier of his desk. "How are you holding up?" he asked. "I'm not sure yet. It feels like everything happened so fast, but also like it took forever." He nodded. Investigations have their own timeline. Months of preparation, then everything happens at once. He studied my face. "Do you understand what you've accomplished here?" "I think so. We exposed corruption and stopped them from destroying a client relationship. You did more than that. You proved that integrity still matters, even in a system designed to reward compromise. You showed that one person with courage and evidence can take on entrenched power and win." He paused, looking out the window at the city beyond. "But I also need to warn you about what comes next. Collins and Morrison have allies, people who benefited from their decisions or share their worldview. Some of those people are on our board of directors." My stomach tightened. Meaning this investigation might reveal things that certain board members would prefer to keep buried. And when powerful people feel threatened, they look for scapegoats. "Are you saying I'm in danger?" "I'm saying you need to be careful. Document everything, vary your routines, trust your instincts. If something feels wrong, it probably is." He reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a business card. "This is a private security consultant I've used before. If you feel unsafe, if you get more threatening messages, if you notice anyone following you, if anything seems off, call him immediately." I looked at the card, James Rodriguez, Executive Protection Services. The fact that Grandpa thought I might need a bodyguard made the whole situation feel suddenly more real and more dangerous. "Grandpa, who do you think sent that text message?" "I don't know, but whoever it was has inside information and resources. They knew about the audit results before they were made public." He leaned forward. "Ellie, I want you to consider taking some time off. Maybe visit your aunt in California. Let things cool down here." "No." The word came out more forcefully than I'd intended. "I'm not running away. This is my job, my life. If I disappear now, it validates everything Collins said about me being weak and inexperienced." Grandpa smiled, and for the first time that day, it reached his eyes. "You're definitely your mother's daughter. She never backed down from a fight either." We talked for another hour about practical matters. How the investigation would proceed, what my role would be going forward, how to handle media attention if the story went public. By the time I left his office, I felt more prepared, but also more aware of the stakes involved. The elevator ride down to the 10th floor gave me time to process everything that had happened. This morning I'd been a junior employee trying to expose workplace corruption. Tonight I was a key witness in what might become a federal investigation, with enemies I hadn't even identified yet, and a grandfather who thought I might need protection. At my desk, I found a small gift bag with a note from Sarah. "Proud of you. Now get some sleep." Inside was a small candle labeled Courage, and a package of Mom's favorite tea, chamomile and ginger. Simple gifts, but they made me feel less alone in a building that suddenly seemed full of shadows and hidden threats. I packed up my things, locked my computer, and headed for the elevator. The building was mostly empty now, just security guards and cleaning crews preparing for another night. In the lobby, I paused to look back at the directory board, scanning the names of executives and department heads. How many of them knew about Collins and Morrison's scheme? How many had benefited from it? How many were now planning their next move against the junior employee who'd brought it all crashing down? The train ride home was crowded with commuters eager to get back to their normal lives. I envied them their anonymity, their ability to blend into the crowd without worrying about who might be watching. For better or worse, I was no longer invisible. I'd made enemies and allies in equal measure, and both would be watching my next moves. Back in my apartment, I deadbolt the door and drew the curtains before allowing myself to fully relax. The candle Sarah had given me filled the small space with the scent of vanilla and something else. Maybe hope, maybe just wax and good intentions. I called Mom's voicemail for what had become our daily ritual. Day 7, Mom. The truth came out today. Collins and Morrison are suspended, maybe going to prison. I think you would have been proud. I think you would have told me to stay brave, but be smart. I'm trying to do both. After hanging up, I sat at my kitchen table and wrote in my journal, documenting every detail of the day while it was still fresh in my memory. If there were more battles ahead, and Grandpa seemed to think there would be, I wanted a complete record of how this one had been won. Outside my window, the city settled into its evening rhythm. Lights flickered on in apartments and office buildings. People moving through their routines, most of them unaware that somewhere in the corporate towers above them, a small war had been fought and won by people they'd never meet. I thought about the 428 union workers in Indiana who still had jobs because Amy and I had found the courage to speak up. I thought about future clients who would receive honest service because the corruption had been exposed. I thought about all the other junior employees who might find their voices because someone had proven it was possible to take on the system and survive. Then I thought about the anonymous text warning me to watch my back, about Grandpa's concern for my safety, about the board members who might prefer to bury the truth rather than face the consequences of their negligence or complicity. This wasn't over. Maybe it was just beginning. But tonight, for the first time since I'd started working at Wexler Industries, I fell asleep without fear. Whatever came next, I'd proven to myself and everyone else that integrity could still triumph over corruption, that one person with evidence and courage could make a difference. Mom would have been proud. And tomorrow, that would have to be enough to face whatever new challenges were waiting in the shadows of Conference Room C and the corporate corridors beyond. Chapter 7. The Eye of the Storm. Tuesday morning arrived like a hangover, slow, disorienting, and accompanied by the uncomfortable realization that yesterday had actually happened. I woke up tangled in sheets, Mom's locket pressed against my collarbone hard enough to leave a small indentation in my skin. The apartment felt different somehow, as if the events of Monday had changed the molecular structure of the air itself. My phone showed 17 missed calls and 43 text messages. The first few were from Sarah, Amy, and Grandpa, checking in, offering support, asking if I was okay. The later ones were from numbers I didn't recognize, reporters who'd somehow gotten my contact information, and one particularly unsettling message that simply read, "You have no idea what you've started." I made coffee with shaking hands, trying to process the reality that my life had fundamentally changed in the span of a single audit meeting. Yesterday, I'd been a junior employee trying to expose workplace corruption. Today, I was the whistleblower who'd brought down 2 senior executives and potentially opened the door to federal criminal charges. The local news was already running the story. Channel 7's morning show featured a brief segment about allegations of corporate misconduct at major logistics firm, complete with stock footage of the Wexler Industries building and a photo of Morrison that looked like it had been pulled from the company website. They didn't mention Collins by name, and they certainly didn't mention me. But seeing it on television made everything feel surreal and final. I was scheduled to be at work by 9, but Dawson had texted the night before suggesting I come in through the building's loading dock entrance to avoid any media attention. The idea that reporters might be camped outside the main entrance waiting to ambush employees felt like something from a movie, not my actual life. But as I stood at my bedroom window looking down at the street below, I could see a white van parked across from my building that hadn't been there yesterday. 2 men sat in the front seats, drinking coffee and occasionally looking up at the apartments above. They could have been contractors, delivery drivers, or just people waiting for someone. Or they could have been watching me. I called the number Grandpa had given me, James Rodriguez, Executive Protection Services. He answered on the second ring, his voice crisp and professional. "Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez, this is Ellie Wexler. My grandfather Bill Wexler gave me your number yesterday. He said I should call if I felt unsafe. Are you in immediate danger, Ms. Wexler?" "I don't think so. But there's a van outside my building with 2 men in it, and I'm not sure if they're watching me or if I'm being paranoid." "Paranoia is a survival skill. Can you describe the van and the occupants?" I gave him the details. White Ford Transit van, license plate starting with 7G, Two men in dark clothing who seemed to be paying attention to my building specifically. "I can have someone check it out within the hour," Rodriguez said. "In the meantime, vary your routine. Don't leave your apartment at the same time you normally would. Don't take your usual route to work. And if you notice anyone following you, call 911 immediately." Is this really necessary? I mean, it's just corporate corruption, not organized crime. Rodriguez's laugh was dry and humorless. "Ms. Wexler, in my experience, there's often less difference between those two things than people like to believe. When powerful people feel threatened, they don't always play by civilized rules." After hanging up, I spent an hour researching alternate routes to the office, memorizing bus schedules and subway connections I'd never used before. The paranoia felt simultaneously ridiculous and prudent, like wearing a seatbelt in a car that might not crash, but probably should anyway. I finally left my building at 8:30, using the basement exit that connected to the adjacent apartment complex. The men in the white van were still there, but from this angle I couldn't see if they noticed my departure. I walked 6 blocks in the wrong direction before doubling back and catching a bus that would take me within a few blocks of the Wexler Industries building. The loading dock entrance was exactly as Dawson had described, an industrial door marked "Authorized Personnel Only" that led directly into the building's service corridors. A security guard was waiting for me, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. "Ms. Wexler? I'm Carol Martinez, building security. Mr. Dawson asked me to escort you to the 10th floor. Is all this really necessary? Probably not. But when federal investigators are involved, we err on the side of caution." She led me through a maze of concrete hallways that smelled like industrial cleaning supplies and floor wax. Besides, there are about a dozen reporters in the main lobby hoping to catch executives coming and going. Best to avoid that circus if possible. The service elevator was smaller and more utilitarian than the main passenger elevators, with steel walls and fluorescent lighting that made everyone look slightly sickly. As we rode up to the 10th floor, Carol filled me in on the morning's developments. FBI showed up at 7 a.m. with a warrant to seize computer records and communications. They've set up a command post in Conference Room A, and they're interviewing employees all day. Collins and Morrison haven't been back to the building. Their access cards were deactivated yesterday afternoon. What about the board of directors? Are they cooperating? Carol's expression darkened slightly. Officially, yes. Unofficially, there are rumors that some board members are hiring their own legal counsel. When executives start lawyering up individually instead of relying on corporate counsel, it usually means they're more worried about personal liability than company interests. The 10th floor looked like a crime scene when we emerged from the service elevator. FBI agents in dark suits moved through the office space with the methodical efficiency of professionals who'd done this before. They were photographing workstations, boxing up files, and conducting quiet interviews with employees who looked various degrees of nervous and confused. My desk had been cordoned off with yellow tape. Not the kind used for violent crimes, but the less dramatic version that simply read, "Do not cross, investigation in progress." Everything looked exactly as I'd left it yesterday, but somehow the tape made it feel like someone else's workspace, a museum exhibit about corporate whistleblowing. "Ms. Wexler," a woman in her 40s approached, badge hanging from a lanyard around her neck. "I'm Special Agent Karen Mills, FBI White Collar Crime Division. We'd like to speak with you when you have a moment." "Of course. Should I have a lawyer present?" "That's entirely up to you. You're not a target of this investigation. You're a witness and, frankly, the person whose courage made this investigation possible. But if having counsel present would make you more comfortable, we can arrange that." I thought about Grandpa's warnings, about the anonymous texts, about the van outside my apartment. I think I'd prefer to have someone present, just to be safe. Agent Mills nodded approvingly. "Smart thinking. Corporate investigations can get complicated, and it's always better to have legal guidance when you're dealing with federal authorities." She handed me a business card. "We'll schedule a formal interview for later this week. In the meantime, if you remember anything else about the Hartwell situation, or if anyone approaches you about the investigation, please call me immediately." After Agent Mills walked away, I found myself standing in the middle of the office floor feeling oddly displaced. My desk was off limits, my normal routine disrupted, my colleagues whispering in small groups about federal agents and criminal charges. I felt like an actor who'd forgotten their lines in the middle of a play. Sarah appeared at my elbow, looking frazzled but relieved to see me. Thank God you're here. It's been complete chaos since 7 a.m. How are you holding up? I feel like I'm watching someone else's life happen to me. Is this what being a whistleblower is supposed to feel like? I don't think there's a manual for this situation. She guided me toward a quiet corner away from the FBI activity. But I can tell you that the mood around here has completely changed. People are angry. Not at you, but at Collins and Morrison for putting everyone in this position. What do you mean? Stock price dropped 8% yesterday afternoon when the news broke. The board called an emergency meeting for this morning. There are rumors about potential layoffs, about clients pulling contracts, about the whole company being put up for sale. The implications hit me like a physical blow. In exposing the corruption, had I accidentally destroyed the company that employed hundreds of people? Had my crusade for justice turned into an economic disaster for innocent employees? Sarah, what if I've made everything worse? What if trying to save Hartwell Industries ends up costing everyone else their jobs? She put a firm hand on my shoulder. Ellie, listen to me. Collins and Morrison made these choices. They created this situation. You just refuse to let them get away with it. If there are consequences, they're responsible for those consequences, not you. Before I could respond, Amy appeared looking pale and shaken. They want to interview me this afternoon, she said quietly. The FBI agents. They have questions about the recordings I made and the documents I gathered. Are you okay with that? I asked. I think so. I mean, I knew this was a possibility when I decided to come forward yesterday. But it's still scary, you know? These are federal agents investigating potential crimes. It makes everything feel much more serious than just workplace politics. Because it is more serious, Sarah said. Industrial espionage and theft of trade secrets are felonies. If Morrison really was sharing Hartwell's confidential information with competitors, he could be looking at prison time. We stood in our quiet corner watching FBI agents systematically document what might be the biggest corporate scandal in Wexler Industries history. It felt surreal, like watching a movie being filmed in a place where you used to work normally. Around 10:30, Dawson appeared and gestured for me to follow him to his office. The hallway was busier than usual, with employees hurrying between meetings and FBI agents consulting with company lawyers about document production and interview schedules. Dawson's office felt like a sanctuary from the chaos outside. He closed the door and immediately went to his coffee machine, preparing 2 cups without asking if I wanted one. His hands moved with the precise motions of someone using routine activity to manage stress. How are you holding up? He asked, handing me a mug that was almost too hot to hold comfortably. I keep expecting to wake up and discover this was all an elaborate dream. Or nightmare. I'm not sure which. He sat behind his desk, but kept his posture relaxed and approachable. It's natural to feel disoriented. Whistleblower cases always create a sense of unreality. Suddenly the normal rules don't apply and everything feels uncertain. Charles, can I ask you something directly? Of course. How bad is this going to get? I mean, for the company, for the employees, for people who had nothing to do with Collins and Morrison's scheme. Dawson was quiet for a long moment, sipping his coffee and staring out the window at the city beyond. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of 40 years in corporate finance. Honestly, it's going to be rough in the short term. Stock price will probably drop further. Some clients will get nervous and take their business elsewhere. The media attention will be uncomfortable. The FBI investigation will disrupt operations for weeks or months. My stomach twisted. So I did destroy the company. Let me finish, he said firmly. In the short term, yes, there will be pain. But Ellie, this company was already heading toward a crisis. Collins and Morrison's corruption wasn't sustainable. Eventually it would have been exposed, either by clients, competitors, or regulatory audits. The damage they were doing to our reputation, our operational integrity, and our legal standing was going to catch up with us eventually. He leaned forward, making direct eye contact. What you did was force that reckoning to happen on our terms, with our investigation, before the damage became irreparable. You gave us a chance to clean house, rebuild trust, and demonstrate that we're serious about ethical business practices. And in the long term, companies that operate with integrity tend to outperform companies that don't. Clients want reliable partners they can trust. Employees want to work for organizations they can be proud of. Investors want stable, well-managed companies that won't surprise them with scandal and legal liability. He stood up and walked to a bookshelf lined with financial reports and industry journals. I've been in this business long enough to see companies survive much worse than this. But only the ones that faced their problems honestly and made genuine changes. What kind of changes? New leadership, obviously. Collins and Morrison will be gone, and probably some board members who were complicit or negligent. New policies and procedures to prevent this kind of corruption from happening again. Increased transparency and accountability at all levels. He pulled a thin binder from the shelf and handed it to me. This is a preliminary report I've been working on. Recommendations for structural changes to prevent future ethical violations. I'd like you to review it and give me your thoughts. I opened the binder and scanned the table of contents. Sections on whistleblower protections, conflict of interest policies, client service standards, and executive accountability measures. It read like a blueprint for rebuilding the company from the ground up. You want my input on corporate policy? Ellie, you've demonstrated better judgment and stronger ethical instincts than executives with decades of experience. Your perspective on how to prevent future corruption is exactly what this company needs. Before I could respond, his phone rang. He answered it with a crisp Dawson, then listened for about 30 seconds, his expression growing increasingly grim. I understand. Yes, I'll handle it immediately. He hung up and looked at me with something approaching alarm. That was building security. There are protesters outside the main entrance. About 24 people with signs calling for justice for Hartwell Industries workers. My blood ran cold. Protesters? Apparently word has gotten out about the systematic sabotage of the Hartwell account. Union representatives and workers' rights groups are demanding accountability for what they're calling corporate terrorism against working families. I thought about the 428 union jobs in Indiana that had been threatened by Collins and Morrison's scheme. Of course there would be protesters. These weren't abstract business decisions. They were attacks on real people's livelihoods and communities. Do they know my name? Do they know I'm the one who exposed it? I don't think so, but it's possible. Social media and labor organizing networks move information very quickly. He stood up. I think it would be best if you stayed in the building today, at least until we see how this develops. As if summoned by our conversation, my phone started buzzing with notifications. Twitter mentions, Facebook messages, LinkedIn connection requests. All from people I'd never heard of, but who somehow knew about my role in exposing the Hartwell sabotage. One message stood out from the others. Thank you for saving our jobs. You're a hero to working families everywhere. Local 447, Indiana. Another read, my husband works at Hartwell. Because of you, he still has health insurance for our kids. God bless you. I showed the messages to Dawson, who smiled for the first time that morning. See, not everyone thinks you're a troublemaker. To a lot of people, you're exactly what corporate America needs. Someone willing to stand up for what's right regardless of personal cost. But even as I read the supportive messages, I couldn't shake the feeling that the anonymous threats were still out there, that powerful people were still angry about what I'd exposed, and that the worst might still be ahead. Around noon, Agent Mills found me in the employee break room, picking at a sandwich I'd bought from the building's deli. She looked tired but professionally alert, the way people do when they're running on caffeine and determination. Ms. Wexler, we've scheduled your formal interview for Thursday afternoon at our field office downtown. Your grandfather has arranged for legal counsel, a woman named Patricia Sullivan who specializes in whistleblower cases. Do I need a specialist? It doesn't hurt. Ms. Sullivan has handled dozens of cases like this, and she understands how to protect witnesses from retaliation while ensuring their testimony is effective. Agent Mills sat across from me, lowering her voice. Between you and me, this case is expanding faster than we expected. The evidence you and Ms. Chun provided has opened doors to investigating Morrison's connections throughout the industry. What kind of connections? We're finding similar patterns at other companies. Clients being sabotaged for political reasons, confidential information being shared with preferred competitors, systematic discrimination disguised as business strategy. She paused. Ms. Wexler, I think you may have exposed something much larger than corruption at a single company. The implications were staggering. If Morrison's scheme was part of a broader pattern of political corruption in corporate America, Then my small act of defiance had potentially opened the door to investigating systematic abuse of power across multiple industries. Does that make me more of a target? Agent Mills's expression grew serious. Potentially, yes. We're recommending enhanced security precautions for key witnesses. Your grandfather mentioned you've already been in contact with a protection service. James Rodriguez. He's checking on some suspicious activity outside my apartment. Good. Mr. Rodriguez has worked with us before. He's thorough and discreet. She handed me another business card. This is a 24-hour number that connects directly to our threat assessment team. If anything feels wrong, anything at all, call immediately. After Agent Mills left, I found myself alone in the break room, staring at my reflection in the microwave door and trying to process the magnitude of what was happening. 3 days ago, I'd been a junior employee worried about making a good impression. Now I was a federal witness in a case that might expose corruption across multiple corporations, with FBI protection and security consultants and protesters outside the building either supporting or threatening me. The break room door opened and Linda from marketing walked in. I hadn't seen her since Monday's revelation, and her expression suggested she blamed me for the chaos that had engulfed the company. Well, if it isn't our resident whistleblower, she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. I hope you're proud of yourself. Linda, do you have any idea how many people are going to lose their jobs because of your little crusade? Marketing is getting slashed by 30%. 3 people in my department got their termination notices this morning. The words hit me like a physical blow. I'm sorry. I never intended for innocent people to get hurt. But they are getting hurt. Real people with mortgages and car payments and children who need health insurance. All because you couldn't just do your job and keep your mouth shut about things that were none of your business. Linda, Collins, and Morrison were committing crimes. They were sabotaging client relationships and sharing confidential information with competitors. How was I supposed to ignore that? You were supposed to be a team player. You were supposed to understand that sometimes business requires difficult decisions that look bad to outsiders, but serve the greater good. Whose greater good? Morrison's? Collins's? The board members who are now hiring private lawyers to protect themselves. Linda's face flushed red. You think you're so righteous, so morally superior. But you're just a naive kid who doesn't understand how the real world works. Sometimes good people have to make compromises to protect their companies and their employees. Sabotaging union workers and stealing trade secrets isn't compromise, Linda. It's corruption. She moved closer, her voice dropping to a hiss that reminded me uncomfortably of Collins's intimidation tactics. You have no idea what you've started. There are people with real power who are very unhappy about this situation. People who don't make idle threats. Before I could respond, she stalked out of the break room, leaving me alone with the echo of her words and a growing sense that the corporate enemies I'd made were far from finished with me. I spent the rest of the afternoon trying to work on the policy recommendations Dawson had given me, but concentration was nearly impossible. Every time someone walked past the break room where I'd set up temporary workspace, I wondered if they blamed me for the chaos. Every phone call could be another threat. Every news update could reveal new complications. Around 4 p.m., Sarah found me and insisted we leave the building together through the loading dock entrance. You shouldn't be going home alone, she said firmly. Not with everything that's happening. Carol Martinez escorted us back through the service corridors, but this time she looked more concerned than routine. The protesters are still outside the main entrance, she reported. Media showed up around 2, Channel 7, Channel 12, and what looks like a freelance journalist with a camera crew. Are they specifically asking about me? Not by name, but they're asking about the whistleblower who exposed the corruption. It's probably only a matter of time before your identity becomes public. The thought of my name and face being broadcast on the evening news made my stomach lurch. I'd imagined that federal investigations were conducted discreetly, with witnesses protected from public attention. But apparently corporate corruption cases generated their own media frenzy. Sarah and I made it out of the building and 6 blocks away before we felt safe enough to talk openly. We stopped at a coffee shop that was busy enough to provide cover, but quiet enough for conversation. How are you really doing? She asked once we'd secured a corner table away from other customers. I feel like I'm drowning, I admitted. This morning I was proud of exposing the corruption. This afternoon Linda told me that people are losing their jobs because of what I did. Tonight I'm going home to an apartment that might be under surveillance by people who want to hurt me for ruining their scheme. Ellie, listen to me. Sarah's voice carried the firm authority of someone who'd made difficult decisions herself. Linda is scared and angry and looking for someone to blame. The people losing their jobs aren't losing them because you exposed corruption. They're losing them because Collins and Morrison created a situation that was unsustainable. But if I just kept quiet, if you'd kept quiet, the corruption would have continued. More clients would have been sabotaged. More trade secrets would have been stolen. More union workers would have lost their jobs. The company would have faced even bigger legal and financial problems down the road. She leaned forward, making direct eye contact. You didn't create this crisis, Ellie. You prevented it from getting worse. We sat in the coffee shop until almost 6, talking through the day's events and trying to make sense of how quickly everything had escalated. Sarah insisted on riding the subway with me to within 2 blocks of my apartment, then waited until I texted confirmation that I'd made it home safely. The white van was gone when I arrived at my building, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. Professional surveillance teams knew how to remain invisible, and the absence of obvious watchers didn't mean I wasn't being monitored. I triple-locked my apartment door and immediately called James Rodriguez to report my safe arrival. He confirmed that his team had investigated the morning's van and found it belonged to a private investigation firm that specialized in corporate intelligence gathering. They weren't there to hurt you, he explained, but they were definitely conducting surveillance. Someone wanted to know your routine, your habits, your vulnerabilities. To what end? Hard to say. Could be legitimate corporate investigation, could be preparation for more aggressive action. Either way, I recommend varying your schedule and routes for the foreseeable future. After hanging up, I made dinner. Pasta with Jared sauce, nothing fancy, and tried to process the day's events. The FBI investigation was expanding. Protesters were demanding justice. Media was asking questions. My identity as the whistleblower was becoming public knowledge. And somewhere out there, powerful people were angry enough about my actions to hire private investigators to watch my movements. I called Mom's voicemail, our daily ritual that had become my anchor in the chaos. Day 8, Mom. It's getting bigger and scarier than I ever imagined. But I think I'm on the right side of it. I think you'd be proud. I hope you'd be proud. Before bed, I reviewed the policy recommendations Dawson had given me, trying to focus on constructive solutions rather than dwelling on the threats and complications. The document was comprehensive but dry. Typical corporate language about oversight mechanisms and reporting procedures. But as I read, I began to see places where real change was possible. Stronger protections for employees who reported misconduct. Clearer consequences for executives who abused their authority. More transparent communication about company policies and decisions. I grabbed a pen and started making notes in the margins, suggestions for how to make the policies more accessible and effective. If I was going to be known as the whistleblower who brought down Collins and Morrison, I wanted to also be known as someone who helped build something better in their place. The apartment felt safer with the blinds drawn and the door locks engaged, but I still found myself checking the peephole periodically and listening for unusual sounds in the hallway. Paranoia, maybe, but Rodriguez had said paranoia was a survival skill. Around 10 p.m., my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. You think you've won, but this is just the beginning. Some fires burn everything down. I screenshot the message and immediately forwarded it to Agent Mills, Rodriguez, and Dawson. Then I turned off my phone and tried to focus on breathing exercises Mom had taught me during my teenage anxiety attacks. In for 4 counts, hold for 4 counts, out for 4 counts. The rhythm of it was soothing, mechanical, something I could control when everything else felt chaotic and unpredictable. I thought about the supportive messages from Hartwell workers, about Amy's courage in recording Collins's conversation, about Dawson's faith in my judgment. Not everyone was my enemy. Not everyone blamed me for the upheaval. Some people understood that exposing corruption was the right thing to do, even when it created short-term pain and uncertainty. I fell asleep to the sound of city traffic and the steady rhythm of my own breathing, Mom's locket warm against my throat, one hand clutching the business cards Agent Mills and Rodriguez had given me. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. The formal FBI interview, more media attention, possibly more threats from people who wanted the truth to stay buried. But tonight I was safe, and I was right, and that would have to be enough. The eye of the storm was a deceptively calm place, but I could feel the winds picking up around the edges, preparing for whatever came next. Chapter 8. When the Dam Breaks. Wednesday morning felt like stepping into someone else's nightmare. I woke to my phone buzzing incessantly on the nightstand. Not the gentle vibration of a few messages, but the aggressive, relentless assault of a device that had been receiving notifications all night. The clock read 5:47 a.m., which meant I'd gotten maybe 4 hours of sleep, and even those had been fragmented by anxiety dreams about FBI interrogations and corporate assassins. I reached for the phone with trembling fingers, immediately regretting the decision. 63 missed calls, 147 text messages, 218 email notifications. My social media accounts, which I'd never used for anything more controversial than sharing pictures of sunsets, were flooded with friend requests, messages, and mentions from people I'd never heard of. The first text message told me everything I needed to know. Saw you on Channel 7 this morning. You're famous now. Famous. The word sat in my stomach like a lead weight. I stumbled to my laptop and pulled up the Channel 7 website. The headline made my blood run cold. Local woman exposes corporate conspiracy. Exclusive interview with whistleblower's colleagues. Below it was a photograph I recognized with sickening clarity. My employee ID photo from the Wexler Industries directory. The one where I'd tried so hard to look professional and confident, now broadcast to the entire city as the face of corporate rebellion. The article was worse than the headline. Some enterprising reporter had tracked down former colleagues from my college internships, neighbors from my apartment building, even my high school guidance counselor. They'd pieced together what they called a portrait of courage. Eleanor Wexler, 22, recent graduate, daughter of deceased Claire Wexler, granddaughter of Wexler Industries founder William Wexler, the unlikely hero who'd brought down a conspiracy that reached the highest levels of corporate America. Every detail of my life that I'd considered private was now public consumption. They knew about Mom's death, about my grief, about the financial struggles that had led me to live in a studio apartment instead of the kind of place a CEO's granddaughter might be expected to afford. They'd found quotes from college professors about my strong moral compass, and from neighbors describing me as quiet but determined. I was no longer Eleanor Wexler, junior employee trying to make her way in the world. I was Eleanor Wexler, whistleblower, symbol of resistance against corporate corruption, poster child for the idea that one person could make a difference against impossible odds. And I hated every second of it. My phone rang, Grandpa's number. I answered on the second ring, my voice coming out as a croak. "Sweetheart, are you okay?" "No," I said honestly. "I'm really not okay." "I know. I've seen the coverage. We need to get you somewhere safe, somewhere the media can't reach you. Can you be ready to leave in 30 minutes? I looked around my apartment, at the life I'd built over the past 3 months since Mom's death. It wasn't much, secondhand furniture, books I'd been meaning to read, the painting Sarah and I had created with angry colors and hopeful patches. But it was mine, and the idea of running away from it felt like another kind of defeat. "Grandpa, I can't just disappear. I have the FBI interview this afternoon. I have responsibilities. The FBI interview has been moved to a secure location. Patricia Sullivan, your lawyer, will meet us there. As for responsibilities, sweetheart, your first responsibility is to stay alive and safe. Everything else is secondary." The word alive hit me like cold water. Until that moment, I'd been thinking about threats in abstract terms: career damage, reputation destruction, financial consequences. But Grandpa was talking about physical safety, about survival, about the possibility that powerful people might escalate beyond intimidation tactics. "Are you saying someone might actually try to hurt me?" "Physically. I'm saying that when people stand to lose billions of dollars and potentially face federal prison time, they sometimes make desperate choices. And desperate people are unpredictable." After hanging up with Grandpa, I moved through my apartment like a sleepwalker, packing a bag with clothes and essentials while trying to process the reality that my life had fundamentally changed overnight. The woman in the Channel 7 article wasn't someone I recognized. She was braver, more principled, more heroic than I felt. She was the kind of person who could take on corporate titans and win. I was just someone who'd tried to do the right thing and accidentally started a war. James Rodriguez called while I was shoving toiletries into an overnight bag. His voice carried the clipped efficiency of someone delivering bad news professionally. "Ms. Wexler, we need to move you immediately. Our surveillance team identified at least 3 different groups conducting surveillance on your building since the news broke. One appears to be legitimate media, but the other 2 are private investigation firms with connections to corporate security operations." Corporate security operations? The kind of people who specialize in making problems disappear. "I have a car downstairs, black sedan, license plate ending in 847. The driver will identify himself as Martinez. Do not leave your apartment for anyone else." I peered through the peephole and saw the hallway was empty, but that didn't mean anything anymore. Professional surveillance teams knew how to be invisible, and the absence of obvious watchers might just mean they were better at their jobs than I was at spotting them. The ride to the secure location was a masterclass in urban paranoia. Rodriguez's driver, a compact man with the alertness of someone who'd spent time in war zones, took a route through the city that involved doubling back, sudden turns, and long pauses in parking lots while he watched for following vehicles. I sat in the back seat, trying not to throw up from motion sickness and existential terror. "First time being a protected witness?" Martinez asked, glancing at me in the rearview mirror. "First time being anything other than invisible," I replied. "Gets easier. Most people think witness protection is about hiding from criminals, but these days it's just as often about hiding from media and corporate retaliation. Different kind of danger, same basic principles." We ended up at a nondescript office building in a part of downtown I'd never visited, the kind of place that housed accounting firms and small law practices and businesses that most people never thought about. Rodriguez met us in the parking garage, his expression grim but professional. "The FBI has set up a temporary interview room on the 4th floor," he explained as we rode the elevator up. "No media access, no corporate lawyers, no one who doesn't have federal clearance. Your grandfather and Ms. Sullivan are already here." The 4th floor looked like every government office I'd ever seen in movies. Industrial carpet, fluorescent lighting, and the kind of furniture that prioritized function over aesthetics. Agent Mills was waiting in a conference room that smelled like coffee and stress, along with a woman I assumed was Patricia Sullivan. Patricia Sullivan looked exactly like someone who specialized in protecting whistleblowers should look. Mid-40s, silver-streaked hair pulled back in a practical bun, expensive but understated suit, and eyes that suggested she'd seen every variety of corporate corruption and wasn't impressed by any of it. She stood up when I entered and extended a firm handshake. "Ms. Wexler, I'm Patricia Sullivan. I've been representing whistleblowers for 15 years, and I want you to know that what you've done takes extraordinary courage. My job is to make sure that courage doesn't destroy your life." Is that a possibility? It's always a possibility when you challenge powerful institutions. But it's less likely when you have good legal representation and federal protection. She gestured for me to sit down. "Before we begin the formal interview, I want to explain what's happening and what you can expect going forward." She opened a leather portfolio and pulled out a thick folder of documents. "The FBI investigation has expanded to include at least 6 other corporations where Morrison had consulting relationships. They found evidence of similar sabotage schemes targeting clients who were deemed politically problematic by conservative board members and executives." My stomach lurched. 6 other companies? At minimum. The pattern appears to be systematic. Corporations coordinating to punish clients whose political positions or business practices conflicted with their ideological preferences. It's economic warfare disguised as business strategy. Agent Mills leaned forward. "Ms. Wexler, what you uncovered at Wexler Industries appears to be part of a much larger conspiracy involving multiple corporations, millions of dollars in lost contracts, and potentially thousands of jobs that were eliminated for political reasons." The magnitude of it was overwhelming. I'd thought I was reporting workplace corruption at a single company. Instead, I'd apparently stumbled onto a network of corporate conspirators who were systematically destroying businesses that didn't align with their political beliefs. Does that make me more of a target? Patricia Sullivan's expression grew serious. "Unfortunately, yes. The more this investigation expands, the more powerful people have incentive to discredit you, intimidate you, or worse. But it also means you have more federal protection and more public support from people who understand the importance of what you've exposed." The formal FBI interview lasted 3 hours, and covered every detail of my experience at Wexler Industries, from my first day to Monday's boardroom confrontation. Agent Mills and her colleague, Agent Davis, asked precise questions about timelines, documentation, conversations, and evidence. They were particularly interested in the emails between Collins and Morrison, and in Amy's recordings of private conversations. Ms. Wexler, Agent Davis asked, in your analysis of the Hartwell account, did you find any evidence that Morrison or Collins received compensation from Hartwell's competitors in exchange for sabotaging their service? Not directly, but there were several instances where billing errors favored Wexler Industries beyond what could be explained by mistakes, and the timeline of service downgrades seemed to correlate with Blackstone Manufacturing's capacity increases. What do you mean by that? Every time Hartwell's orders were deprioritized or delayed, Blackstone seemed to have exactly the right capacity available to handle overflow business. It was like they knew in advance when Hartwell would be unable to meet their clients' deadlines. Agent Mills made a note. We'll need you to walk our forensic accountants through that analysis. If Morrison was coordinating with competitors to systematically steal Hartwell's business, that's criminal conspiracy in addition to the other charges. After the interview, Patricia Sullivan walked me to a small conference room where Grandpa was waiting with coffee and sandwiches. He looked older than I'd ever seen him, the weight of the expanding scandal etched in the lines around his eyes. How are you holding up, sweetheart? I feel like I'm in a movie about someone else's life. 3 weeks ago, my biggest worry was whether I could finish client summaries on time. Now I'm a federal witness in a conspiracy case that apparently involves multiple corporations and millions of dollars. The investigation is expanding faster than anyone expected, he admitted. The FBI thinks Morrison was part of what they're calling a shadow network of executives who coordinated to punish companies that supported environmental regulations, union organizing, or progressive political causes. How is that even legal? How can corporations decide to destroy other businesses based on politics? Patricia Sullivan looked up from her notes. It's not legal, which is why it was done in secret and disguised as routine business decisions. What Morrison and his network did was essentially economic terrorism, using their corporate positions to wage war against political enemies. And I accidentally exposed it? You did more than expose it, Grandpa said quietly. You gave the FBI the evidence they needed to investigate a conspiracy that's been operating for years. Without your courage in coming forward, this network would have continued destroying businesses and jobs indefinitely. The weight of responsibility felt crushing. I'd become the face of a movement I'd never intended to join, the symbol of resistance against corruption I'd never meant to symbolize. People were calling me a hero, but I felt more like someone who'd pulled a loose thread and accidentally unraveled an entire tapestry. Around 4 p.m., Patricia Sullivan's phone rang. She answered with her typical brisk professionalism, but her expression gradually shifted from attentive to alarmed to something approaching panic. I understand. Yes, we'll be there immediately. She hung up and looked at Grandpa and me with an expression that made my blood run cold. The Wexler Industries Board of Directors has called an emergency meeting for 5 o'clock. They're voting on whether to terminate the FBI's access to company records and facilities. Can they do that? I asked. Technically, yes. If the board determines that the investigation is causing more harm than good to the company, they can revoke cooperation and force the FBI to obtain additional warrants for any further evidence collection. Grandpa's face had gone pale. Which board members are calling for this? According to my source, it's being led by Richard Hartman and Susan Chun, both of whom have business relationships with companies that Morrison consulted for. The implications were staggering. Board members with connections to Morrison's conspiracy were trying to shut down the investigation that threatened to expose their involvement. They were essentially attempting a corporate coup, using their authority to protect themselves from federal prosecution. What happens if they succeed? I asked. The investigation becomes much more difficult, Patricia Sullivan replied. The FBI would have to rely on external evidence and witnesses, which takes longer and is less comprehensive. Some of the co-conspirators might have time to destroy evidence or coordinate their defense strategies. And what happens to me? She was quiet for a long moment, choosing her words carefully. If the investigation gets shut down or scaled back, you become more valuable as a witness and more vulnerable to retaliation. The people you've exposed would have stronger incentive to discredit you or intimidate you into silence. Grandpa stood up abruptly, his expression shifting from concern to determination. Then we need to make sure that doesn't happen. Patricia, what do we need to do to keep this investigation moving forward? The board meeting is at 5. If enough independent board members can be convinced that cooperation with the FBI is in the company's best interest, they can outvote Hartman and Chun. But it would help to have evidence that board members are actively obstructing justice. What kind of evidence? Patricia Sullivan smiled, and for the first time that day, it looked genuinely optimistic. The kind that a whistleblower with excellent documentation skills might be able to provide. By 4:30, we were back at the Wexler Industries building, entering through the executive garage to avoid the media circus that had set up permanent camp outside the main entrance. The 15th floor felt like a war zone. Executives and lawyers huddled in small groups, urgent phone conversations taking place behind closed doors, and an overall atmosphere of barely controlled panic. The boardroom was larger than any conference room I'd ever seen, with a polished mahogany table that could seat 20 people and floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the city. 12 board members were present, along with various lawyers, executives, and advisors who looked like they'd rather be anywhere else. Grandpa took his seat at the head of the table, but his usual commanding presence seemed diminished by the crisis swirling around him. Richard Hartman, a thin man in his 60s with the kind of perpetual frown that suggested chronic dissatisfaction, sat at the opposite end, flanked by allies who kept checking their phones and whispering among themselves. "Ladies and gentlemen," Grandpa began, "we're here to discuss the company's continued cooperation with the FBI investigation into allegations of misconduct by former executives Margaret Collins and Robert Morrison." Hartman interrupted before Grandpa could continue. "Bill, with all due respect, this investigation is destroying our company. Stock price has dropped 18% since Monday. 3 major clients have suspended their contracts pending resolution of legal uncertainties. We have employees giving interviews to reporters about corporate culture and executive accountability. This has to stop." "What has to stop, Richard? The investigation into criminal activity, or the criminal activity itself? The grandstanding and media circus. We can handle internal disciplinary matters without federal agents treating our headquarters like a crime scene." Susan Chun, a severe woman in her 50s who'd always intimidated me during brief encounters in elevators, leaned forward. "The FBI has had 4 days to collect evidence. How much more do they need? At some point, continued cooperation becomes collaboration in our own destruction." Patricia Sullivan, who had been invited to observe as corporate counsel, cleared her throat. "Board members, I need to inform you that obstructing a federal investigation is itself a federal crime. Any vote to terminate cooperation with law enforcement could be construed as evidence of conspiracy or obstruction of justice." Hartman's face reddened. "Are you threatening us? I'm informing you of the legal realities. The FBI investigation is expanding because the evidence suggests that Morrison's activities were part of a broader conspiracy involving multiple corporations. Attempting to shut down that investigation would raise questions about board members' own involvement or knowledge." "What are you implying?" Agent Mills stepped forward from where she'd been standing quietly near the windows. "Mr. Hartman, we've identified communications between Morrison and executives at companies where you serve on advisory boards. We've also found evidence that information about FBI investigation was shared with potential co-conspirators before it became public knowledge." The room fell silent. Hartman looked like a man who'd just realized he was standing in quicksand. "I don't know what you think you found, but we found emails, Mr. Hartman. Emails between you and Morrison discussing damage control strategies and coordinated responses to federal overreach. We found phone records showing conversations between you and executives at 3 other companies currently under investigation. We found evidence that you advised those executives to secure sensitive documents days before our warrants were executed." The silence stretched like a taut wire. Then Susan Chin spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "Richard, what did you do?" Hartman stood up abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. "I exercised my fiduciary responsibility to protect this company's interests. Morrison approached me months ago with concerns about political targeting of American businesses. He was trying to protect corporations from activist harassment and regulatory discrimination. By sabotaging union companies and sharing trade secrets with competitors?" Grandpa's voice carried a cold fury I'd never heard before. "Richard, you weren't protecting American business. You were corrupting it. You're naive, Bill. You always have been. Business and politics aren't separate anymore. They can't be. Every decision supports one side or the other, and we chose to support the side that believes in free market capitalism instead of socialist labor organizing. Agent Mills was writing furiously in her notebook. Mr. Hartman, are you stating for the record that you coordinated with Morrison to target companies based on their political affiliations? I'm stating that we prioritized relationships with companies that shared our values instead of companies that worked against American economic interests. It was Collins and Morrison all over again. Corporate executives so convinced of their righteousness that they confessed to federal crimes while thinking they were defending capitalism. The board vote was anticlimactic after Hartman's inadvertent confession. 9 members voted to continue full cooperation with the FBI investigation. 2 abstained. Hartman voted alone to terminate cooperation, and Susan Chun had quietly left the room during his rant. After the meeting, as FBI agents escorted Hartman away for formal questioning, I found myself standing in the boardroom feeling oddly empty. We'd won another battle, exposed another layer of the conspiracy, prevented the investigation from being shut down. But victory felt hollow when it came at the cost of watching people I'd known and respected reveal themselves as corrupt. How many more are there? I asked Patricia Sullivan as we waited for the elevator. Board members involved in the conspiracy? Maybe 2 or 3 more. Executives across the network Morrison was operating? Dozens, possibly hundreds. This investigation is going to take months, maybe years, to fully unravel. And I'll be in the middle of it the entire time? She nodded grimly. You're the witness who broke it open. Your testimony will be needed for every major prosecution that comes out of this investigation. You're not going back to anonymous junior employee status anytime soon. The ride down to the parking garage was quiet, each of us lost in our own thoughts about what the evening's revelations meant. Outside, I could see news vans and protesters, supporters and critics, all of them focused on a building that had become a symbol of corporate corruption and the possibility of accountability. Rodriguez was waiting with the sedan, monitoring multiple phones and what looked like a tablet displaying security feeds. We need to move, he said without preamble. Media has identified the vehicle and our route. Plus, we're tracking at least 2 suspicious vehicles that have been following our rotation pattern. Following us where? Unknown. Could be media looking for exclusive access. Could be corporate security conducting surveillance. Could be something more aggressive. Either way, we're not taking chances. The safe house Rodriguez took us to was a nondescript apartment in a residential neighborhood about 20 minutes from downtown. It looked like any other middle-class home from the outside, but inside it was clearly set up for temporary protection. Reinforced doors, security cameras, communication equipment, and enough supplies for an extended stay. How long will I need to stay here? I asked, setting my overnight bag on a bed that looked like it had been designed for functionality rather than comfort. Until we determine the scope of threats against you and develop appropriate long-term security measures, Rodriguez replied. Could be days, could be weeks. Depends on how quickly the FBI can arrest the remaining co-conspirators and how aggressively they try to retaliate. Grandpa had followed us to the safe house, and he looked as exhausted as I felt. The past week had aged him visibly. The weight of seeing his company's reputation destroyed, his board members arrested, and his granddaughter thrust into the center of a federal investigation. I'm sorry, sweetheart, he said quietly as we sat in the safe house's small living room. I never intended for any of this to happen to you. You didn't do anything wrong, Grandpa. Collins and Morrison and Hartman, they're the ones who created this situation. I just happened to be the person who found the evidence. But you're the one paying the price. You can't go home, can't live normally, can't even walk down the street without security protection. That's not the life your mother wanted for you. I thought about Mom's locket, warm against my throat, and the engraving inside, be brave. Maybe not, but it's the life she prepared me for. She taught me to do the right thing even when it was hard, even when it cost more than I wanted to pay. That evening, I called Mom's voicemail from the secure phone Rodriguez had given me. The ritual felt strange in the unfamiliar surroundings, but necessary. Day 9, Mom. I'm in a safe house now, hiding from people who want to hurt me for telling the truth. I keep thinking about what you'd say about all this. Probably something about how doing the right thing isn't supposed to be easy, and how the hardest choices often lead to the most important changes. I paused, listening to the silence on the other end of the line, imagining her voice responding with wisdom I'd never get to hear. I miss you so much it feels like drowning sometimes. But I think you're proud of me. I think you're proud that I didn't back down when things got scary. I hope I can keep being the person you raised me to be, even when it feels impossible. After hanging up, I sat in the safe house living room reviewing notes from the day's interviews and meetings, trying to process the magnitude of what was still unfolding. Morrison's conspiracy network was apparently much larger than anyone had initially realized. The FBI investigation was expanding to include dozens of corporations and potentially hundreds of executives. And I was at the center of it all, the witness whose testimony would be needed to prosecute what might be the largest corporate corruption case in American history. The anonymous threats had escalated too. Patricia Sullivan showed me a file of messages that had been sent to various media outlets, law firms, and government agencies over the past 48 hours. All of them mentioned me by name. Some promised legal retaliation, others economic consequences, and a few hinted at more direct forms of intimidation. Eleanor Wexler has no idea what she's started. The whistleblower is going to learn that some secrets are kept for good reasons. One naive girl cannot bring down an entire system. Reading them felt like being watched by predators I couldn't see, people with resources and motivation to hurt me in ways I couldn't anticipate or defend against. But there were other messages too, thousands of them, from people across the country who'd heard about the investigation and wanted to express support. Union workers whose jobs had been threatened by similar corporate schemes. Small business owners who'd lost contracts due to political discrimination. Employees at other companies who'd witnessed corruption but had been too afraid to speak up. Thank you for having the courage I couldn't find. You're fighting for all of us who've been powerless against corporate bullies. Your mother would be so proud of the woman you've become. The supportive messages outnumbered the threatening ones by hundreds to one, but as Rodriguez had explained, it only took one person with bad intentions and good resources to create serious danger. I fell asleep that night in an unfamiliar bed, in a secure apartment, protected by professional bodyguards, thinking about how much my life had changed in 9 days. I'd gone from anonymous junior employee to federal witness to symbol of corporate accountability, to someone who needed armed protection to stay safe. The transformation felt surreal, like watching someone else's life happen to me. But it was also strangely clarifying. For the first time since Mom's death, I had a clear sense of purpose, a mission that felt bigger than my grief and more important than my fears. Morrison's conspiracy network had operated in shadows for years, destroying businesses and jobs for political reasons while hiding behind the facade of routine business decisions. But now those shadows were being illuminated by federal investigators, congressional hearings, and media coverage that refused to let the story disappear. Change was happening, real change, because someone had been willing to speak up when it mattered. That someone happened to be me, a 22-year-old recent graduate who'd stumbled into the wrong client file at the right moment in history. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, more interviews, more testimony, more threats from people who wanted the truth to stay buried. But it would also bring more progress toward justice, more evidence of corruption being exposed, more hope that corporate accountability was possible. I thought about the 428 union workers in Indiana who still had jobs because Amy and I had found evidence of systematic sabotage. I thought about future employees at companies across the country who might be protected from political retaliation because this investigation had exposed the network that targeted them. I thought about Mom, who'd raised me to believe that one person could make a difference if they were willing to pay the price for doing what was right. The price was higher than I'd ever imagined it could be. But so was the impact. As I drifted off to sleep in the safe house, protected by people I'd never met from threats I couldn't fully understand, I felt something I hadn't experienced since Mom's funeral. A sense that her death had meaning, that the values she'd taught me were making a difference in the world, that the courage she'd tried to instill in me was finally being used for something important. The dam had broken. The conspiracy was exposed. The investigation was expanding. And somewhere in the flood of consequences that followed, justice might actually be possible. But first, I had to survive long enough to see it happen. Chapter 9. Under the Microscope. Thursday morning in the safe house felt like waking up in a fishbowl. Every window had been fitted with one-way film, so I could see out but no one could see in. The illusion of privacy felt worse than honest surveillance. At least when you know you're being watched, you can wave at your watchers. I'd been awake since 4 a.m., not because of nightmares this time, but because of dreams that felt too good to be true. Dreams where Mom was still alive, where I was still just a junior employee worried about client summaries, where the biggest threat to my day was running out of coffee in the break room. Waking up to reality felt like a small death every morning. Rodriguez knocked on my bedroom door at 6:30, his voice carrying the professional courtesy that meant business. "Ms. Wexler, we need to prep for today's congressional testimony. Your legal team is here." Congressional testimony. The word still felt surreal, like something that happened to other people in movies about government scandals. But Congressman Michael Torres, who chaired the House Subcommittee on Corporate Accountability, had decided that Morrison's conspiracy was significant enough to warrant public hearings. And I was apparently significant enough to be the star witness. Patricia Sullivan was waiting in the Safe House's makeshift conference room with 2 other lawyers I'd never met. She looked like she'd been up all night preparing, which probably meant she had been. The coffee maker was working overtime, and the table was covered with thick binders, legal briefs, and what looked like every piece of evidence we'd gathered over the past 10 days. "Good morning, Ellie," Patricia said, gesturing for me to sit. "I'd like you to meet James Chun, no relation to Susan Chun from the board, and Maria Rodriguez, who specializes in congressional testimony preparation." James Chun was younger than I'd expected, maybe early 30s, with the kind of intense focus that suggested he'd made congressional law his entire personality. Maria Rodriguez looked like someone who could stare down senators without blinking, which I assumed was a useful skill in her line of work. "Ms. Wexler," Maria began, "congressional hearings are different from FBI interviews or corporate meetings. You'll be under oath on live television with representatives who may try to discredit you, intimidate you, or trick you into saying something that undermines your testimony." "Trick me how?" "By asking complex questions designed to confuse you, by implying that you had ulterior motives for coming forward, by suggesting that you misunderstood what you witnessed, or by trying to make you appear naive or vindictive." She pulled out a thick folder. "We've compiled likely questions based on preliminary statements from committee members." James Chin opened his laptop and turned it toward me. "Some committee members are already trying to frame the narrative. Representative Sarah Mitchell from Texas issued a statement yesterday calling these hearings a partisan witch hunt designed to criminalize legitimate business decisions. Representative David Park from Ohio said the investigation is destroying American jobs based on the accusations of a disgruntled employee with family connections." The words hit me like a slap. Disgruntled employee with family connections. They were going to use my relationship with Grandpa against me. Paint me as someone who'd manufactured a scandal to get attention or advance my career. How do I respond to that? Patricia Sullivan leaned forward. "With facts, with documentation, with the calm, professional demeanor that's gotten you this far. Remember, Ellie, you have something they don't, the truth, and you have evidence to support every claim you make." We spent the next 3 hours doing practice testimony, with Maria Rodriguez playing the role of hostile congressman trying to destroy my credibility. She was good at it, too good. By 10 a.m., I felt like I'd been interrogated by the Spanish Inquisition. Why should we believe the word of a 22-year-old with no business experience over that of seasoned executives with decades of corporate leadership? Because the evidence supports my testimony, not theirs. The shipping logs, the email communications, the billing records, they all confirm systematic sabotage of the Hartwell account. But you admit you discussed confidential client information with employees outside your department, in violation of company policy? I discussed publicly available order information with a colleague in accounting while trying to understand patterns that seemed inconsistent with normal business practices. And you admit that your grandfather, the company founder, personally arranged for you to receive this position despite your lack of qualifications? This was the question I'd been dreading, the one that could undermine everything if I answered it wrong. My grandfather suggested I apply for the position, but I went through the same interview process as any other candidate. My offer letter was signed by HR Director Janet Williams, not by him. And nothing about how I got the job changes the fact that Morrison and Collins were systematically sabotaging client relationships for political reasons. Maria Rodriguez smiled approvingly. "Good. Stay calm, stick to facts, acknowledge what's true without apologizing for things that aren't wrong." The committee members who support the investigation will ask you easier questions to help you present your evidence clearly. What about the ones who don't support it? They'll try to make you look partisan, naive, or motivated by personal gain. Some will probably try to make you cry on television, because emotional witnesses are easier to dismiss as unreliable. The idea of crying on live television made my stomach twist. What if I do get emotional? Then you take a breath, take a sip of water, and continue with your testimony. Showing emotion isn't a weakness, Ellie. You're talking about corruption that threatened hundreds of jobs and millions of dollars in contracts. Anyone who isn't emotional about that isn't human. At noon, Rodriguez appeared with news that made the congressional hearing feel like a minor concern. "We have a problem," he announced, setting his laptop on the conference table. "Someone leaked your safe house location to the media." The screen showed a live news feed from outside the apartment building where we'd been staying. A crowd of reporters, cameras, and what looked like protesters had gathered on the sidewalk, held back by police barriers but clearly aware that I was inside. "How is that possible?" Patricia Sullivan demanded. "This location was supposed to be secure." Someone with access to federal witness protection protocols shared the information. Could be someone inside law enforcement. Could be someone with corporate connections who has sources in government. Either way, this location is compromised. I watched the news feed showing reporters doing stand-up segments in front of the building where whistleblower Eleanor Wexler is reportedly staying under federal protection. The violation felt personal, like someone had broken into my bedroom and rifled through my diary. "Where do we go now?" "I have a backup location, but we need to assume that any safe house can be compromised by whoever is feeding information to the media. We're also implementing additional security measures, active counter-surveillance, encrypted communications, and restricted access even within law enforcement agencies." Rodriguez began packing equipment with military efficiency. "The good news is that your congressional testimony is in 3 hours, so we'll be moving to the Capitol building anyway. The bad news is that the route there will probably look like a parade." He wasn't wrong. The drive from the compromised safe house to the Capitol was like something from a movie about celebrity scandals. News helicopters followed our motorcade from overhead, while reporters in cars tried to get close enough to film through the sedan's tinted windows. Police had blocked intersections to clear our route, but that just made the spectacle more obvious. I sat in the back seat between Rodriguez and Patricia Sullivan, trying to review my testimony notes while camera crews filmed our convoy from overpasses and sidewalks. The whole thing felt surreal, like being the protagonist in someone else's political thriller. "Is this normal for congressional witnesses?" I asked. "Not really," Patricia admitted. "Most witness testimony is boring procedural stuff that doesn't generate much media interest. But your case has everything reporters love: corruption, conspiracy, corporate villains, a young whistleblower, connections to powerful people. You're not just testifying about evidence anymore, Ellie. You've become a symbol. A symbol of what? Depends who you ask. To some people, you represent the courage to speak truth to power. To others, you represent naive idealism that threatens legitimate business interests. To still others, you're a pawn being used by politicians who want to score points against corporate America." The Capitol building looked exactly like it did in civics textbooks, but somehow more imposing in person. Security was intense, multiple checkpoints, metal detectors, and enough federal agents to guard a small country. Our escort led us through back corridors that smelled like marble cleaner and history. The hearing room was smaller than I'd expected, but packed with more people than I'd ever spoken to at once. Committee members sat at an elevated dais facing rows of chairs for witnesses, press, and observers. Camera crews from multiple networks had set up positions to capture every angle of the proceedings. I took my seat at the witness table, a small nameplate reading, "Eleanor Wexler, whistleblower," positioned in front of a microphone that looked capable of broadcasting my heartbeat to the entire country. Behind me, I could hear the murmur of reporters comparing notes and photographers adjusting their equipment. Congressman Torres called the hearing to order with the kind of authoritative voice that suggested he was comfortable being the center of attention. He was younger than I'd expected, maybe mid-40s, with the kind of earnest demeanor that suggested he actually believed government could make positive changes. "This hearing will examine allegations of systematic corporate corruption involving the sabotage of client relationships based on political considerations," he announced to the packed room. We will hear testimony about a conspiracy that appears to have operated across multiple corporations, costing American workers thousands of jobs and American businesses millions of dollars in lost contracts. He turned toward me. Ms. Wexler, you have been sworn in. Please begin by telling this committee how you first discovered evidence of corruption at Wexler Industries. I looked out at the packed hearing room. Dozens of faces staring at me with expressions ranging from supportive to skeptical to openly hostile. Camera lenses pointed at me like weapons. C-SPAN was broadcasting this live to anyone in America who cared to watch a 22-year-old whistleblower explain how she'd accidentally uncovered corporate conspiracy. Thank you, Congressman Torres. I began, my voice steadier than I'd expected. On my 4th day at Wexler Industries, I was assigned to audit the Hartwell Industries account. What I found was a pattern of systematic service failures that appeared to be deliberate rather than accidental. For the next 20 minutes, I walked through the timeline of my discovery. The shipping delays that coincided with other clients receiving enhanced service, the billing errors that consistently favored Wexler Industries, the email communications between Collins and Morrison discussing service degradation that would appear organic. The committee members asked follow-up questions that helped me present the evidence clearly. Congressman Torres had me explain the impact on Hartwell's employees, the 428 union jobs that had been threatened by the conspiracy. Congresswoman Jennifer Kim from California asked about the other companies that had been targeted by Morrison's network. But then Representative Sarah Mitchell from Texas took her turn, and the tone shifted dramatically. She was younger than most of her colleagues, maybe early 40s, with perfectly styled blonde hair, and the kind of aggressive confidence that suggested she viewed congressional hearings as combat sport. Ms. Wexler, she began, her voice carrying a slight Southern accent that managed to make my name sound like an accusation. Isn't it true that you obtained your position at Wexler Industries through nepotism rather than merit? Patricia Sullivan had prepared me for this question, but hearing it asked on live television still felt like a punch to the stomach. Representative Mitchell, I applied for the position and went through the same interview process as other candidates. My hiring was approved by the HR director based on my qualifications and interview performance. But your grandfather is the company founder and CEO. Surely you can't claim that family connection played no role in your selection. My family connection may have made my application more likely to be noticed, but it doesn't change the evidence I discovered or the accuracy of my testimony. Mitchell leaned forward, clearly preparing for what she considered the killing blow. Ms. Wexler, isn't it true that you had been reprimanded by your supervisor for poor performance and missed deadlines before you made these allegations? This was new information, something Patricia Sullivan hadn't prepared me for. I felt panic rising in my throat, but forced myself to stay calm. Representative Mitchell, I'm not aware of any formal reprimands in my personnel file. My supervisor, Margaret Collins, did assign me challenging deadlines, but I consistently met them. According to company records, you were given a written warning for exceeding authority and discussing confidential information with unauthorized personnel. Isn't it possible that these allegations are motivated by anger about disciplinary action rather than genuine concern about corporate misconduct? The question was based on a lie, but it was a clever lie. Collins could have easily created a backdated disciplinary memo to support this narrative, and I had no way to disprove it without access to company records. Representative Mitchell, if such a document exists, it would have been created after I reported the evidence of sabotage to senior management. The timeline you're suggesting doesn't match the actual sequence of events. But you admit that your supervisor had concerns about your performance and judgment? My supervisor had concerns about my willingness to remain silent about evidence of criminal activity. Yes. The answer drew murmurs from the audience, and what looked like approval from some of the committee members. Mitchell's expression suggested she hadn't expected me to turn the question back against Collins. Representative David Park from Ohio took over the hostile questioning, focusing on my relationship with Amy Chen and suggesting that we had conspired to manufacture evidence against Collins and Morrison. He implied that Amy's recordings were potentially illegal and that my analysis of shipping records was beyond my expertise and possibly inaccurate. Mr. Park, I replied when he finished his questions, Amy Chun and I documented evidence of systematic fraud that was costing American workers their jobs. If following company policy was more important to us than protecting those jobs, we wouldn't have come forward at all. But you're not trained as an investigator or forensic accountant. How can this committee rely on your analysis of complex business records? Because FBI forensic accountants have reviewed my analysis and confirmed its accuracy. Because the patterns I identified have been found at multiple corporations across Morrison's network. Because the people I accused have either confessed or been arrested based on evidence that supports my testimony. The hearing continued for 3 hours, with friendly committee members allowing me to present evidence systematically, while hostile members tried to discredit me personally or suggest that legitimate business decisions were being criminalized by overzealous investigators. By the time Congressman Torres called a recess, I felt like I'd been through a blender. My throat was dry from talking, my back ached from sitting upright under television lights, and my brain buzzed with adrenaline from parrying attacks on my credibility and motives. Patricia Sullivan met me in a small conference room behind the hearing chamber, carrying bottles of water and the kind of expression that suggested she was pleased with my performance. "How do you think it went?" I asked, accepting the water gratefully. "Better than I hoped. Mitchell and Park tried their best to make you look vindictive or incompetent, but you stayed calm and focused on facts. The questions about your family connection were inevitable, but you handled them well. What about that disciplinary memo Mitchell mentioned? I've never seen anything like that. Neither have we, which means it was probably created recently to support their narrative. We'll request a forensic examination of company personnel records to determine when that document was generated. If it was backdated, that's additional evidence of obstruction." James Chin appeared in the doorway looking excited. "The afternoon session has been postponed," he announced. 2 more Morrison co-conspirators were arrested this morning based on evidence that came out during your testimony. The FBI wants to interview you about additional connections you might have observed. More co-conspirators. The network kept expanding, reaching into companies and government agencies I'd never heard of. My testimony wasn't just about Wexler Industries anymore. It was about a systematic attack on American businesses that didn't conform to certain political beliefs. How many people are we talking about? The FBI has identified at least 47 executives across 17 corporations who appear to have participated in coordinated sabotage schemes. They're calling it the largest corporate conspiracy case in American history. The magnitude of it was overwhelming. I'd thought I was reporting workplace corruption at a single company. Instead, I'd apparently stumbled onto a network of corporate conspirators who had been systematically destroying businesses for political reasons. During the postponed afternoon session, Agent Mills and her team met with me in a secure conference room within the Capitol building. They wanted to review my testimony and ask about additional details that might help them identify other participants in Morrison's network. "Ms. Wexler," Agent Mills began, "during your testimony, you mentioned that billing errors at Wexler Industries consistently favored the company. Have you noticed similar patterns in any other business relationships you were aware of?" I thought back through my brief time at Wexler Industries, trying to remember conversations, documents, or observations that might be relevant to the broader investigation. Collins mentioned several times that we had strategic partnerships with certain clients that received preferential treatment. She specifically mentioned Meridian Corp., Blackstone Manufacturing, and Phoenix Industries as companies that were aligned with our business philosophy. Did she explain what that philosophy was? Not directly. But now that I think about it, all 3 of those companies were defense contractors or energy companies that opposed environmental regulations. Hartwell Industries manufactured components for renewable energy projects. Agent Mills made notes. "We're finding that pattern across the network. Companies that supported environmental protection, union organizing, or progressive political causes were systematically targeted for sabotage, while companies that opposed those positions received enhanced service and preferential treatment. So it really was economic warfare based on politics." That's exactly what it was. Morrison and his network were using their corporate positions to wage war against businesses whose political positions they disagreed with. It's corporate terrorism disguised as business strategy. The phrase corporate terrorism made everything feel more serious and more dangerous. These weren't just corrupt executives trying to make extra money. They were ideological warriors willing to destroy jobs and businesses to advance their political agenda. "Agent Mills, am I safe? I mean, if this network is as large and organized as you're suggesting, do they have the resources to hurt me?" Her expression grew serious. We're taking every precaution, Ms. Wexler. But yes, you should assume that some network participants view you as a significant threat and are willing to take aggressive action to neutralize that threat. What kind of aggressive action? Anything from character assassination and legal harassment to physical intimidation or worse. We've seen corporate conspiracy cases where whistleblowers faced everything from frivolous lawsuits to staged accidents. The words staged accidents hung in the air like smoke from a fire I couldn't see. Mom had died in a car accident, a drunk driver running a red light, or so the police report said. The timing was probably coincidental, but conspiracy investigations apparently made you suspicious of coincidences. Agent Mills, can you investigate my mother's car accident? She died 3 weeks before I started working at Wexler Industries, and now I'm wondering if the timing was really random. Her expression shifted from professional to concerned. Ms. Wexler, we can certainly review the accident report and investigate any suspicious circumstances. Do you have specific reasons to think it might not have been accidental? Just the timing, and the fact that Morrison's network apparently has resources to conduct surveillance, compromise safe houses, and coordinate across multiple corporations. If they saw me as a potential threat, we'll look into it immediately. In the meantime, I want you to assume that everything about your life for the past several months has been under surveillance by people with significant resources and potentially violent intentions. The ride back to the new safe house felt different after Agent Mills's warnings. Rodriguez had changed our route again, using different vehicles and additional security measures that suggested the threat level had been elevated. I found myself looking at every car, every pedestrian, every building we passed, wondering if someone was watching, planning, waiting for an opportunity. The new safe house was in a different part of the city, a high-rise apartment building with controlled access and security cameras that Rodriguez's team had apparently taken over for the duration of my protection. It felt more like a fortress than a temporary residence, which should have been comforting but somehow made everything feel more ominous. Grandpa was waiting when I arrived, looking older and more worried than I'd ever seen him. The congressional hearing had been broadcast live, so he'd watched my testimony from his office while FBI agents continued investigating his company. "How are you holding up, sweetheart?" he asked, embracing me with the kind of fierce hug that suggested he was afraid I might disappear. "I feel like I'm living in someone else's life," I admitted. This morning I was worried about answering questions correctly. Tonight I'm wondering if Mom's death was actually an accident. His face went pale. "What do you mean?" I explained Agent Mills's warnings about the network's resources and willingness to use aggressive tactics against threats. I told him about my growing suspicion that Mom's accident, coming just weeks before I started working at Wexler Industries, might not have been random timing. "Ellie, your mother's accident was investigated by the police. The other driver was drunk, had a history of DUI arrests. There was no indication of anything suspicious. But if Morrison's network knew I was going to be working at your company, if they saw me as a potential problem, they couldn't have known you'd stumble onto their conspiracy. Hell, I didn't even know there was a conspiracy until you exposed it." He was right, logically. But conspiracy investigations apparently made logical thinking more difficult. When you discovered that respected executives were capable of systematic fraud and economic terrorism, it became easier to suspect that other terrible things might not be coincidental. That evening, I sat in the new safe house reviewing transcripts of my congressional testimony and trying to process the day's revelations. My testimony had been broadcast live to millions of Americans. FBI agents were investigating whether my mother's death was connected to corporate conspiracy. More co-conspirators were being arrested based on evidence I'd provided. I was no longer just Eleanor Wexler, junior employee who'd tried to do the right thing. I was Eleanor Wexler, symbol of corporate accountability, federal witness in the largest business corruption case in American history, potential target of people with resources and motives to silence me permanently. The transformation felt complete and irreversible. There was no going back to anonymity, no returning to normal life, no escaping the consequences of having spoken truth to power. But as I prepared for bed in my secure apartment, surrounded by federal protection and communication equipment that connected me to law enforcement agencies across the country, I realized something important. I didn't want to go back. The old Eleanor had been drifting through life, following other people's expectations, avoiding conflict and controversy. She'd been competent but passive, ethical but quiet, someone who did the right thing only when it was easy and safe. The new Eleanor had found her voice and discovered it was strong enough to challenge corporate conspiracy. She'd faced down hostile congressmen, FBI interrogations, and anonymous threats without backing down. She'd proven that one person with courage and evidence could take on entrenched power and win. I called Mom's voicemail from the secure phone, our daily ritual that had become more important as my life became more dangerous. Day 10, Mom. I testified before Congress today. Millions of people watched me tell the truth about Morrison's network and defend my decision to expose it. I think you would have been proud. I think you would have said something about how speaking up for what's right is never easy, but always necessary. I paused, listening to the silence on the other end, imagining her voice responding with wisdom I'd never get to hear. I'm scared, Mom. Scared about what comes next. Scared about who might want to hurt me. Scared about whether I'm strong enough to see this through. But I'm also proud of what I've accomplished. Proud that I didn't stay silent when silence would have been easier. Proud that I chose courage over comfort. After hanging up, I spent an hour writing in my journal, documenting the day's events and my thoughts about the expanding investigation. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, more interviews, more testimony, more threats from people who wanted the truth to stay buried. But it would also bring more progress toward justice, more evidence of corruption being exposed, more hope that corporate accountability was possible. I thought about the union workers in Indiana who still had jobs because I'd found evidence of systematic sabotage. I thought about future employees at companies across the country who might be protected from political retaliation because this investigation had exposed the network that targeted them. I thought about all the other potential whistleblowers who might find courage because someone had proven it was possible to take on corporate conspiracy and survive. The price of speaking up had been higher than I'd ever imagined. My privacy, my safety, my normal life, possibly even my mother's life. But the impact had been greater than I'd dreamed possible. As I drifted off to sleep in the secure apartment, protected by people whose job was keeping witnesses alive long enough to testify, I felt something I hadn't experienced since Mom's funeral. A sense that her values were making a real difference in the world, that the courage she'd tried to instill in me was finally being used for something important. Morrison's network was being dismantled. Corporate terrorists were being arrested. Economic warfare, disguised as business strategy, was being exposed and prosecuted. And somewhere in the flood of consequences that followed, justice was not just possible, it was happening. I had survived the microscope of congressional testimony, FBI investigation, and media scrutiny. My testimony was on the record, my evidence was in federal hands, and my courage had inspired others to come forward with their own stories of corporate retaliation and conspiracy. The war wasn't over. There would be trials, appeals, and probably years of legal proceedings. Some network participants would escape prosecution. Others would find ways to continue their schemes under different cover. But the dam had broken, the truth was spreading, and change was happening because someone had been willing to speak up when it mattered. That someone was me. Eleanor Wexler, 22 years old, federal witness, symbol of corporate accountability. Daughter of a woman who'd raised her to believe that one person could make a difference if they were willing to pay the price for doing what was right. The price had been everything, but so had the victory. And tomorrow, I would pay whatever price came next to make sure that victory lasted. Chapter 10, The Reckoning. 3 months after my congressional testimony, I stood in the same boardroom where this whole nightmare had begun. But everything was different. The mahogany table gleamed under morning light streaming through windows that had been cleaned of the metaphorical smoke and blood of corporate warfare. Where Margaret Collins had once held court with her clipboard of calculated cruelty, FBI evidence boxes now sat stacked along the walls, each one labeled with case numbers that would define the largest corporate conspiracy prosecution in American history. The transformation wasn't just physical. The energy in the room had shifted from predatory to productive, from secretive to transparent. Instead of whispered conversations about sabotaging clients for political reasons, the discussions now centered on rebuilding trust, implementing oversight, and ensuring that what Morrison's network had done could never happen again. I wasn't the same person who'd walked into this building 4 months ago, terrified of making a bad impression and desperate to prove myself worthy of employment. That woman had been grieving, uncertain, and naive about the depths of corruption that could exist within seemingly respectable institutions. The woman I'd become was still grieving. That part might never fully heal. But she was certain of her values, confident in her judgment, and no longer naive about anything. Ellie, Patricia Sullivan's voice drew me back to the present. She stood in the doorway wearing the expression of someone who'd been calling my name for several minutes. The settlement conference is starting. Settlement conference. Even the legal terminology felt surreal. For months ago, my biggest concern had been whether I could complete 23 client summaries by Friday. Now I was a key participant in negotiations that would determine how 17 corporations would compensate the businesses they'd systematically sabotaged and the workers they'd tried to destroy. The conference room down the hall buzzed with the kind of controlled energy that accompanies major legal proceedings. Lawyers representing various plaintiff companies sat on one side of a massive table, while attorneys for the defendant corporations occupied the other. Federal prosecutors anchored one end, and mediators appointed by the court held down the other. In the center of it all sat a stack of binders containing evidence I'd helped gather: shipping records, communication logs, financial analyses, and recorded conversations that documented years of coordinated economic terrorism. Judge Catherine Morrison, no relation to Robert Morrison, though the coincidence had generated unfortunate headlines, presided over the proceedings with the kind of stern authority that suggested she'd dealt with complex corporate cases before. She was a woman in her 60s with silver hair and eyes that missed nothing, the kind of judge who could silence a room full of aggressive lawyers with a single glance. "Ladies and gentlemen," she began, "we're here to discuss settlement terms for what the prosecution has characterized as the largest coordinated corporate conspiracy in American history. The evidence presented suggests systematic sabotage of client relationships based on political criteria, theft of trade secrets, and economic interference that affected thousands of jobs and millions of dollars in contracts." She gestured toward the evidence binders. "The documentation is extensive and appears to be irrefutable. 17 corporations, 49 executives, and what investigators have termed a shadow network of political coordination designed to punish businesses whose practices or political positions were deemed problematic by network participants." I sat between Patricia Sullivan and Agent Mills, trying to process the magnitude of what the judge was describing. When I'd first found those suspicious emails in the Hartwell client file, I'd imagined I was uncovering corruption at a single company. The reality had proven to be exponentially larger and more complex. Robert Morrison himself sat at the defendant's table, flanked by lawyers who looked like they charged more per hour than most people made in a month. He'd aged visibly since his arrest, the desert tan replaced by prison pallor, the confident swagger diminished to nervous fidgeting. Occasionally he would glance in my direction with an expression that combined hatred, disbelief, and something that might have been grudging respect. Margaret Collins was noticeably absent. She'd accepted a plea agreement 3 weeks earlier, agreeing to testify against her co-conspirators in exchange for a reduced sentence. The woman who'd tried to intimidate me into silence had ultimately provided some of the most damaging testimony against Morrison's network. There was a certain poetic justice in that betrayal, though I took no pleasure in watching anyone's life implode, even someone who'd tried to destroy mine. "Ms. Wexler," Judge Morrison said, "the court recognizes your unique position in these proceedings. As the whistleblower whose courage initiated this investigation, your input on settlement terms is particularly valuable. What do you believe would constitute appropriate compensation for the damages caused by this conspiracy?" The question caught me off guard, though Patricia Sullivan had warned me it might come. "How do you calculate the value of 428 union jobs that were nearly eliminated? How do you price the stress, anxiety, and lost sleep experienced by thousands of workers who didn't know their livelihoods were being threatened by corporate ideologues? How do you compensate for the erosion of trust in American business institutions?" "Your Honor," I said, standing up slowly, "I think the most important compensation isn't financial, it's systematic. The companies that participated in this conspiracy should be required to implement oversight mechanisms that prevent political discrimination in business relationships. They should be required to report their decision-making processes to independent monitors. And they should be required to publicly acknowledge what they did and why it was wrong." "You're suggesting accountability over monetary damages?" "I'm suggesting both, but with emphasis on preventing this from happening again. The financial settlements will help the businesses that were targeted, but systemic change will protect future businesses from similar attacks. Judge Morrison made notes on a legal pad. The court appreciates that perspective. Mr. Chun, representing the plaintiff companies, what are your client's settlement priorities? James Chun, the lawyer who'd helped prepare my congressional testimony, stood up with a thick folder of documents. Your Honor, our clients seek both compensatory and punitive damages totaling $847 million, plus injunctive relief requiring structural changes to prevent future coordination among the defendant corporations. $847 million. The number hung in the air like a gavel waiting to fall. It represented contracts lost, workers displaced, small businesses destroyed, and the quantifiable costs of corporate terrorism disguised as business strategy. The defense lawyers immediately objected, arguing that the damage calculations were inflated and that their clients' actions constituted legitimate business decisions rather than conspiracy. But their arguments sounded hollow in the face of evidence that included recorded conversations about making examples of politically problematic clients and email threads discussing coordination with competitors to steal targeted businesses' contracts. The settlement negotiations continued for 6 hours, with breaks for private consultations and heated arguments about liability, damages, and appropriate remedies. I found myself in the strange position of being consulted by both sides. Prosecutors wanted my input on evidence interpretation, while defense attorneys tried to gauge whether I might be willing to accept less comprehensive accountability measures in exchange for faster resolution. During one break, Morrison's lead attorney approached me in the hallway. He was a man in his 50s with the kind of expensive suit and practiced confidence that suggested he specialized in making wealthy people's problems disappear. Ms. Wexler, he said, I'm David Hartwell, ironic name, I know, representing Mr. Morrison. I wonder if we might have a brief conversation. Patricia Sullivan immediately stepped between us. Mr. Hartwell, any communication with my client needs to go through proper channels. Of course. I'm simply hoping to understand Ms. Wexler's priorities for resolution. My client is prepared to accept significant financial penalties, but he's hoping to avoid some of the more punitive aspects of the proposed settlement. What kind of punitive aspects? I asked, despite Patricia's warning look. Public admission of wrongdoing. Lifetime bans from corporate leadership positions. Personal financial liability beyond what insurance covers. Mr. Morrison feels that while mistakes were made, the characterization of his actions as criminal conspiracy may be somewhat overreaching. The audacity was breathtaking. Morrison had systematically sabotaged businesses, stolen trade secrets, and coordinated with dozens of co-conspirators to wage economic warfare against companies whose politics he disagreed with. Now he wanted to minimize the consequences by characterizing his actions as mistakes. Mr. Hartwell, I said, keeping my voice level, your client didn't make mistakes. He made choices. He chose to destroy businesses and threaten jobs because he disagreed with their political positions. He chose to steal confidential information and share it with competitors. He chose to build a network of corporate conspirators who coordinated their attacks on targeted companies. Ms. Wexler, surely you can understand that in a competitive business environment. I understand that in a competitive business environment, companies compete based on service quality, pricing, and value proposition. They don't coordinate with their supposed competitors to systematically destroy businesses for political reasons. Hartwell's expression shifted from conciliatory to calculating. Ms. Wexler, my client wants you to know that he bears you no personal animosity for your role in exposing his activities. He recognizes that you were simply doing what you believed was right. The implied threat was subtle but unmistakable. Morrison wanted me to know that he could choose to bear me personal animosity if I didn't cooperate with minimizing his consequences. It was the same intimidation tactic Collins had used, dressed up in lawyer language, but carrying the same underlying message. Play along or face retaliation. Mr. Hartwell, Patricia Sullivan interjected, this conversation is over. Any further attempts to communicate with my client will be reported to the court as witness intimidation. After Hartwell walked away, Patricia looked at me with a mixture of pride and concern. How do you feel? Like I just got a preview of what Morrison will try if he avoids serious consequences. He's not sorry about what he did. He's just sorry he got caught. which is exactly why the settlement terms need to include real accountability measures, not just financial penalties. When the settlement conference resumed, Judge Morrison announced that the parties had reached a preliminary agreement. The 17 defendant corporations would pay a total of $734 million in damages to affected businesses and workers. They would also be required to implement independent oversight of their client relationship decisions, report annually on their compliance with anti-discrimination policies, and submit to random audits by federal monitors. More importantly, the settlement included provisions that 43 individual executives, including Morrison, would be banned from holding leadership positions at publicly traded companies for periods ranging from 5 to 20 years. Morrison himself received the maximum ban, along with personal financial liability that would consume most of his assets and ensure he could never again accumulate the resources to wage corporate warfare. "Mr. Morrison," Judge Morrison said, "the court requires your personal acknowledgement of the terms. Do you understand that you are accepting permanent exclusion from corporate leadership positions and personal financial responsibility for damages caused by your conspiracy?" Morrison stood slowly, his lawyers flanking him like bodyguards preparing to catch a falling dictator. "Yes, Your Honor, I understand the terms." "And do you acknowledge that your actions constituted criminal conspiracy to interfere with legitimate business relationships and caused substantial harm to workers, businesses, and economic competition?" This was the moment Morrison had been trying to avoid: public admission that his actions were criminal rather than merely aggressive business tactics. He was quiet for a long time, his jaw working as if he were chewing words he didn't want to swallow. "Yes, Your Honor. I acknowledge that my actions constituted criminal conspiracy and caused substantial harm." The words seemed to physically pain him, which suggested they were probably sincere. Morrison had built his entire identity around being a successful business strategist who understood market realities better than his competitors. Admitting that he'd been a criminal conspirator rather than a strategic genius represented the complete destruction of his self-image. As the formal proceedings concluded, I found myself in the unusual position of feeling sympathy for someone who'd tried to destroy my career and possibly my life. Morrison had lost everything: his fortune, his reputation, his freedom, his future prospects. He would spend the next several years in federal prison, followed by decades of being unemployable in the industry that had defined his identity. But then I thought about the 428 union workers in Indiana who had almost lost their jobs because of his scheme. I thought about the small businesses that had been destroyed by coordinated sabotage campaigns. I thought about the erosion of trust in American institutions caused by corporate leaders who prioritized political ideology over ethical business practices. Morrison's personal destruction was tragic, but it was also necessary. Some actions have consequences that extend beyond the person who committed them, and some crimes require punishment that serves as deterrent to others who might be tempted to similar abuse of power. After the settlement conference, I walked through downtown with Patricia Sullivan and Agent Mills, trying to process the reality that 4 months of investigation, testimony, and legal proceedings had finally reached resolution. The conspiracy had been exposed, the perpetrators punished, and the affected businesses compensated. Justice, in its imperfect but recognizable form, had been served. "How does it feel?" Agent Mills asked as we sat in a coffee shop near the courthouse. "Anticlimactic," I admitted. "I expected to feel more satisfied, I guess. More like we'd won a clear victory." "Justice rarely feels like victory," Patricia Sullivan observed. "It usually feels more like cleanup after a disaster. You prevent future disasters. You help victims recover. You punish perpetrators appropriately. But you can't undo the damage that was already done." She was right. Hartwell Industries had survived Morrison's sabotage campaign, but they'd lost contracts, laid off workers, and spent months fighting to restore their reputation. Other targeted businesses hadn't been as fortunate. Several small companies had been forced into bankruptcy before the conspiracy was exposed, their owners' life savings destroyed by corporate ideologues who viewed them as acceptable casualties in a political war. The settlement money would help, but it couldn't restore lost time, repair damaged relationships, or resurrect businesses that had been murdered by coordinated corporate attacks. The oversight mechanisms would prevent similar conspiracies in the future, but they couldn't protect the businesses that had already been destroyed. "What happens now?" I asked. "Now you decide what kind of life you want to build. Agent Mills replied. You've been living in crisis mode for 4 months. Federal protection, congressional testimony, legal proceedings, media attention. All of that is ending. The question is, what comes next? It was a good question, one I'd been avoiding while focused on surviving the immediate challenges of being a federal witness. During the months of investigation and prosecution, my entire identity had been defined by my role as the whistleblower who'd exposed Morrison's conspiracy. But that role was ending, and I needed to figure out who Eleanor Wexler was beyond the woman who'd accidentally started the largest corporate corruption investigation in American history. I've been offered a position with the Department of Justice, I said quietly. Corporate Crime Division. They want me to help develop investigative protocols for complex conspiracy cases. And, Patricia Sullivan prompted. And I've also been offered positions with 3 different consulting firms that specialize in corporate compliance. Plus 2 law schools have suggested I might want to consider accelerated JD programs focused on business ethics. Sounds like you have options. I have opportunities, but I'm not sure any of them are what I actually want to do with my life. The truth was more complicated than I wanted to admit. The past 4 months had been traumatic, but also transformative. I'd discovered capabilities I didn't know I possessed, developed confidence I'd never imagined possible, and found a sense of purpose that had been missing since Mom's death. But I'd also lost my privacy, my anonymity, and any possibility of living a normal life. The woman who'd walked into Wexler Industries 4 months ago had been drifting, following other people's expectations and avoiding difficult choices. The woman I'd become was decisive, principled, and unafraid of conflict when it served important purposes. But she was also exhausted, hypervigilant, and haunted by the knowledge that powerful people were capable of casual cruelty when their interests were threatened. What do you want, Ellie? Patricia Sullivan asked gently. Not what opportunities are available, not what other people think you should do, but what do you actually want? I thought about it while watching people walk past the coffee shop window. Normal people living normal lives, worried about normal problems like traffic and deadlines, and whether their favorite restaurant would have tables available. I envied them their uncomplicated existence, but I also knew I could never go back to that kind of innocence. I want to make sure this never happens again, I said finally. Not just the specific conspiracy we exposed, but the underlying attitude that allowed it to happen. The idea that corporations can wage political warfare against businesses they disagree with, that economic power can be used to destroy people whose politics don't align with those in charge. That's a big mission. It's the right mission. Mom always said that if you're going to do something difficult, it should be something that matters. This matters. That evening, I returned to the apartment I'd been renting since leaving the safe house system 2 months earlier. It was a modest place in a quiet neighborhood, chosen more for its security features than its aesthetic appeal. Rodriguez's team had installed additional locks, security cameras, and communication systems that would have seemed paranoid 4 months ago, but now felt like reasonable precautions. The apartment still didn't feel like home. Too new, too sterile, too much a product of crisis rather than choice. But it was mine, purchased with money I'd earned through consulting work with the FBI and testimony fees from congressional hearings. It represented independence, safety, and the possibility of building a life defined by my own values rather than other people's expectations or threats. I made dinner, pasta with vegetables, nothing fancy, and sat at my small kitchen table reviewing the settlement documents from the day's proceedings. $734 million in damages. 43 executives banned from corporate leadership positions. 17 corporations required to submit to federal oversight for the next decade. The numbers were impressive, but they didn't capture the human cost of Morrison's conspiracy. How do you quantify the stress experienced by workers who didn't know their jobs were being threatened by corporate ideologues? How do you measure the damage to trust in American institutions caused by leaders who prioritized political warfare over ethical business practices? My phone rang, Grandpa's number. I answered on the second ring. How are you holding up, sweetheart? I'm okay. Tired, but okay. How are things at the company? Better. The new oversight systems are actually improving our operations in ways I didn't expect. When you're required to document and justify your decision-making processes, you make better decisions. Wexler Industries had been one of the 17 defendant corporations, though Grandpa's cooperation with investigators and implementation of reform measures had minimized the penalties. The company had paid $43 million in damages and agreed to enhanced federal oversight, but it had avoided the kind of devastating sanctions that had been imposed on corporations whose leadership had been less cooperative. Any word on permanent replacements for Collins and Morrison? The board approved my recommendations yesterday. Sarah Chun from accounting is being promoted to operations manager, and we're bringing in an outside candidate for strategic planning, someone with experience in compliance and ethics oversight. Sarah, I smiled at the thought of my former cubicle neighbor taking over Collins's role. She had the competence and integrity to rebuild the department's reputation, plus the institutional knowledge to understand what had gone wrong and how to prevent it from happening again. What about Amy? Amy's been promoted to internal audit director. She'll be responsible for monitoring compliance with our settlement agreement and implementing the new oversight protocols. That was perfect. Amy had the investigative skills and moral courage to serve as an internal watchdog, plus the credibility that came from having exposed corruption at significant personal risk. If anyone could ensure that Morrison's conspiracy never resurged at Wexler Industries, it was Amy. Grandpa, can I ask you something? Of course. Do you think I did the right thing? I mean, exposing the conspiracy was obviously correct, but the way it happened, the damage to the company, the people who lost their jobs, the media circus, all of it. Do you think there was a better way to handle it? He was quiet for a long time, and I could hear the weight of 4 months of investigation, prosecution, and corporate restructuring in his silence. Ellie, there's an old saying that the only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. Morrison's conspiracy was evil, maybe not in the dramatic sense of violence or murder, but in the systematic abuse of power to destroy innocent people for political reasons. But if you'd handled it differently, the conspiracy might have continued indefinitely. More businesses would have been destroyed, more workers would have lost their jobs, more trade secrets would have been stolen and shared with competitors. The damage we experienced was the cost of stopping something that was getting worse every day. He paused, and when he continued, his voice carried the wisdom of someone who'd been making difficult decisions for decades. Sweetheart, you didn't create the crisis. You exposed it. The people responsible for the damage are the ones who built the conspiracy, not the person who found the courage to reveal it. After hanging up with Grandpa, I spent an hour writing in the journal I'd been keeping throughout the investigation. It had started as a defensive measure, documenting everything in case I needed to defend my actions or credibility. But it had evolved into something more therapeutic, a way of processing experiences that often felt too large and complex for normal conversation. Day 127 since first discovering the Hartwell evidence. Settlement conference concluded today. Morrison accepted personal responsibility and lifetime ban from corporate leadership. Plaintiff companies will receive $734 million in compensation. Systemic oversight measures implemented across all defendant corporations. Still processing what comes next. DOJ wants me in Washington. Consulting firms want me advising corporate clients. Law schools want me studying business ethics. All good opportunities, but none feel quite right yet. Mom's birthday would have been next week. She would have turned 48. I keep wondering what she would think about everything that's happened. What advice she would give about building a life after accidentally becoming a symbol of corporate accountability. I think she would be proud. I think she would also remind me that the goal was never to become famous or powerful, but to do the right thing regardless of personal cost. Mission accomplished on that front. As I prepared for bed, I found myself thinking about the question Patricia Sullivan had asked. What did I actually want? Not what opportunities were available, not what other people expected, but what would make my life meaningful and fulfilling. The answer was becoming clearer. I wanted to build systems that prevented future Morrison conspiracies. I wanted to help other potential whistleblowers find the courage to speak up when they witnessed corporate corruption. I wanted to create consequences for executives who abused their power and protections for employees who challenged unethical practices. Most of all, I wanted to honor Mom's memory by using the platform I'd accidentally acquired to make positive changes in how American businesses operated. She'd raised me to believe that individual actions could create systemic change, and the past 4 months had proven her right. But I also wanted to do it on my own terms, in my own way, without being constrained by other organizations' bureaucracies or political considerations. The Department of Justice job would give me resources and authority, but it would also require me to work within federal law enforcement constraints. The consulting positions would pay well and provide corporate access, but they would also require me to serve clients whose ethics might be questionable. What I really wanted was to create something new, an organization focused specifically on corporate accountability, whistleblower protection, and systematic change in business ethics. Something that could investigate potential corruption, support employees who wanted to report wrongdoing, and advocate for policy changes that made corporate conspiracy more difficult and more costly. It was an ambitious vision, probably too ambitious for someone who'd been working in corporate America for less than 5 months. But then again, 4 months ago I'd been too young and inexperienced to take on a multi-corporate conspiracy network, and that had worked out reasonably well. Before going to sleep, I called Mom's voicemail one last time. The ritual had evolved over the months from desperate grief to comforting connection to something approaching closure. Day 127, Mom. The settlement is final, the conspiracy is exposed, and justice has been served as much as it ever is in cases like this. I'm trying to figure out what comes next, what to do with the platform I accidentally created by refusing to stay silent. I paused, listening to the familiar silence that no longer felt empty but somehow warm, as if she were listening from wherever she'd gone. I think I want to build something that makes corporate corruption harder and corporate accountability easier. Something that helps other people find the courage to speak up when they witness wrongdoing. Something that honors the values you taught me by making them systematic rather than individual. I took a breath, feeling the weight of decisions settling into certainty. I love you, Mom. I miss you every day. But I'm not lost anymore. I know who I am and what I want to do with my life. I think you'd approve. After hanging up, I sat at my laptop and began drafting a business plan for the Eleanor Wexler Foundation for Corporate Accountability. It would be funded initially with speaking fees, book advance money, and consulting income from the past 4 months. It would focus on investigating corporate misconduct, supporting whistleblowers, and advocating for policy changes that strengthen business ethics enforcement. The foundation would be small at first, maybe just me and a few staff members working out of modest offices. But it would be independent, principled, and focused on systematic change rather than individual cases. It would be the kind of organization that could prevent future Morrison conspiracies by making corporate corruption too risky and too costly for rational executives to attempt. As I worked on the business plan, outlining mission statements and operational procedures, I realized that the past 4 months hadn't just been about exposing corruption. They'd been about discovering my vocation. Not my job, but my calling. The work I was meant to do with whatever time and talent I'd been given. I thought about Morrison, probably lying awake in his federal detention facility, contemplating the ruins of his career and the decades of consequences that stretched ahead of him. I thought about Collins, preparing to testify against her former co-conspirators in exchange for reduced prison time. I thought about the dozens of other executives who were now facing criminal charges, civil liability, and the end of their corporate careers. Their downfall had been swift and comprehensive, but it hadn't been inevitable. If I'd kept quiet about the suspicious patterns in the Hartwell file, if Amy hadn't had the courage to record Collins's incriminating conversations, if Dawson hadn't supported my investigation despite political pressure, the conspiracy might have continued indefinitely. Corporate accountability wasn't automatic. It required individuals willing to take personal risks for public benefit. It required systems that made reporting corruption safer and ignoring it more dangerous. It required consequences that made unethical behavior genuinely costly for the people who engaged in it. Building those systems, supporting those individuals, and creating those consequences would be the work of my foundation. It would be the legacy of the past 4 months and the foundation for whatever came next. I worked until almost 2 a.m., outlining organizational structures, funding strategies, and programmatic priorities. By the time I finally went to bed, I had the skeleton of a plan that could become something significant if executed properly. The next morning brought the kind of clarity that sometimes follows major decisions. I called Patricia Sullivan first, then Agent Mills, then the DOJ recruiter who'd been courting me for weeks. To each of them, I explained my decision to decline existing opportunities in favor of creating something new. "The foundation sounds ambitious," Patricia Sullivan said when I'd finished explaining my plans. "Do you have the resources to make it sustainable?" "I have enough to get started, and I think I can raise additional funding from people who care about corporate accountability. There's clearly demand for this kind of work. There's also clearly need for it. What you exposed was just one network, in one region, focused on specific types of political discrimination. There are probably dozens of similar schemes operating across different industries and different motivations. That was exactly why the foundation was necessary. Morrison's conspiracy had been detected only by accident, when a junior employee happened to notice suspicious patterns while conducting a routine client audit. How many similar conspiracies were operating undetected because no one was looking for them systematically? "Patricia, would you consider joining the foundation's board of directors? I need people with legal expertise who understand corporate corruption and whistleblower protection." "I'd be honored." James Chun might also be interested. He's been talking about wanting to do more public interest work. Agent Mills was equally supportive when I called her. "The FBI would welcome a partner organization focused on corporate accountability," she said. "We have the authority to investigate once crimes are reported, but we need people like you who can identify potential problems before they become federal cases." The DOJ recruiter was disappointed but understanding. "We'll still be here if you change your mind," she said. "And we'd be interested in contract work with your foundation if you need federal investigative support." By noon, I had the basic framework for launching the Eleanor Wexler Foundation for Corporate Accountability. Board members committed, initial funding secured, office space identified, and a clear mission focused on systematic change rather than individual cases. The foundation would investigate potential corporate misconduct through data analysis and whistleblower reports. It would provide legal and financial support to employees who wanted to report wrongdoing but feared retaliation. It would advocate for policy changes that made corporate corruption more difficult and more costly. And it would serve as a resource for journalists, prosecutors, and lawmakers who needed expertise on business ethics enforcement. It was ambitious, maybe unrealistically so. But 4 months ago, exposing a multi-corporate conspiracy network had seemed equally unrealistic, and that had worked out reasonably well. 2 weeks later, I stood in the modest offices I'd rented for the foundation, looking out at the city where everything had started. The space was small but functional: conference room, private offices, research area, and reception space. The walls were still mostly empty, waiting for the awards, testimonials, and case documentation that would accumulate if the foundation succeeded in its mission. Sarah had agreed to join as Director of Investigations, bringing her skills in financial analysis and her understanding of corporate operations. Amy would serve as a consultant while maintaining her position at Wexler Industries, providing insights on internal audit procedures and whistleblower protection protocols. The foundation's first case was already developing. A software engineer in California had contacted us about suspicious activity at her company, contracts being awarded based on political criteria rather than technical qualifications, with coordinated efforts to exclude competitors whose leaders supported environmental regulations. It sounded familiar. Too familiar. Morrison's network was bigger than we realized, Sarah observed as we reviewed the engineer's documentation. Either that, or what he was doing has inspired copycats. Either way, it's why we're here. I thought about Mom as I prepared to dive into another corporate corruption investigation. She'd raised me to believe that individual actions could create systematic change, that one person willing to take risks could make a difference for many people. The past 4 months had proven her right in ways neither of us could have imagined. But the foundation represented something more than individual action. It was systematic action, institutional change, the creation of permanent accountability mechanisms that could prevent future Morrison conspiracies, regardless of whether individual whistleblowers had the courage to come forward. It was the kind of legacy Mom would have been proud of, the kind of systematic change that honored her values by making them institutional rather than personal. As I sat at my new desk in my new office, preparing to investigate my second corporate conspiracy, I realized that the transformation that had begun 4 months ago was finally complete. I was no longer Eleanor Wexler, accidental whistleblower, trying to survive the consequences of speaking truth to power. I was Eleanor Wexler, professional advocate for corporate accountability, builder of systems that made truth-telling safer and power abuse costlier. The work would be difficult, dangerous, and often frustrating. Corporate corruption was creative, well-funded, and protected by legal and political systems that often prioritized business interests over ethical concerns. Some investigations would fail, some whistleblowers would face retaliation despite our protection efforts, and some corrupt executives would escape consequences despite overwhelming evidence. But some investigations would succeed, some whistleblowers would be protected, and some corrupt executives would face justice. More importantly, the existence of systematic accountability mechanisms would deter some corruption from happening in the first place. Change was possible. Justice was achievable. Corporate accountability was no longer dependent on accidental discoveries by junior employees who happened to stumble onto incriminating evidence. I opened the software engineer's file and began reading her documentation of potential political discrimination in contract awards. The patterns were subtle but familiar. Preference given to companies whose leaders supported specific political positions, contracts withdrawn from businesses whose practices conflicted with corporate ideological preferences. Morrison's conspiracy had been exposed and prosecuted, but the attitudes that enabled it were still widespread. Corporate executives still believed they could use their economic power to wage political warfare, still thought they could punish businesses whose values they disagreed with, still assumed they were too powerful and too well-connected to face serious consequences. They were wrong. The Eleanor Wexler Foundation for Corporate Accountability would prove them wrong. Case by case, investigation by investigation, prosecution by prosecution. The war against corporate corruption wasn't over. It was just beginning. But now it was being fought by people who understood the stakes, possessed the tools, and had the institutional support necessary to win. For months ago, I'd been a grieving recent graduate trying to prove herself worthy of employment. Tonight, I was the founder and director of an organization dedicated to systematic corporate accountability, armed with experience, resources, and connections that could make real change possible. The transformation was complete. The mission was clear. The work was beginning. And somewhere in the space between heartbreak and hope, between individual action and systematic change, between the woman I'd been and the woman I'd become, I could feel Mom's presence, proud, supportive, and certain that the courage she'd tried to instill in me was finally being used for something worthy of the price it had cost. The reckoning was just beginning, and this time I was ready for it.